Okay, so last week you went on a bit of a journey towards the north as you went to go sell and buy things in the city of Malola. Once there, you sold a lot of the stuff you had taken from the dead bandits, as well as buying some books or some other supplies that the new dwarf you saved asked for. Whilst there, you investigated a nearby tavern as you wanted to spend the night, and you were able to pick up a job to basically acquire a bear pelt, as well as being promised a higher reward if you could turn the bear pelt into a set of clothing. You headed out from Lola back down to the base, and along the way, you were actually able to find the bear just before you reached the base itself. And through a grueling fight, you're finally able to defeat it, with Alferus hitting the ground yet again as he was defending you from most of its attacks. And we continue from there.
Cool. So we just finished skinning the bear and everything, and was about to head back to the fort, I think.
Alright, you can roll perception.
Oh wait, was that one of the ones we just added?
Yep, if you click your token, it should be on the top left.
15.
Alright, as you finish gutting the bear and waiting for it first to heal you all up, and before you set off, you notice a glint in the corner of your eye in the direction of where the bear was actually grazing some corpses.
I approach.
Alright, you go over to where the bear used to be, and as you get closer, you see there's a bit of a rubbled structure. You could roll knowledge engineering to see if you can figure out what this structure used to be, if you have it.
Let's see. I don't think I picked that one up yet.
Alright, then you can just do a general intelligence roll.
I have geography or local.
Yeah, neither of those would apply to this.
Yeah. Just an intelligence roll.
Yep, just straight up intelligence.
11.
Alright, and Alvarez only has religion, so you could chuck him an intelligence roll as well. Whoa! Alvarez is smart today. Alright, you're not too sure what this structure used to be, however, you do realise it used to be a rather small structure. Whereas Alferez will tell you he's pretty sure it used to be a statue, though he's not too sure what statue it would have been to, as it's a rather small statue. It might have been for a grave that used to be here. And around this area, alongside the rubble, you do see some half-eaten corpses from both what you could assume to be bandits or travellers, as well as animals. And amongst the kind of just torn apart flesh, you find a sack that has some of its items kind of spewing out onto the ground.
I look through the traps and I also take a look at the corpses and see how fresh they are.
You can roll heal or survival. Alright, from what you can tell of what remains here, the corpses here are rather fresh. You can tell they've been dead within the week.
Does it look like they were killed by a bear?
But what you can see of what's left of them, you can't really tell what killed them.
So they've been pretty much eaten.
Yes.
Okay. And what do I see in the sack?
In the bag, you find five days worth of rations, 22 silver, 3 gold, and a golden necklace.
Cool. I take the lot.
can roll an appraisal on the gold necklace to see how much you can hawk it for.
16.
Alright. You're sure that this necklace is within the region of 50 to 200 gold?
50 to 200.
Yes.
Nice. I'll try and take a closer look at the area around the statue, poke around it a bit with a nearby branch or something to see anything else stand out.
You can't really see too much that stands out amongst the remains of this statue, really. It looks as if it's been destroyed for a long time now.
Okay, if nothing else particularly stands out, I'll probably take a quick look around, see if there's anything else in the area, like the whole area, and if I see nothing, then I look to move on.
As I look around again, the area isn't very interesting. It just looks like a spot in the woods.
Okay, then I look to carry on the way back to the fort.
Alright, you continue on your way back to the fort, and thankfully you don't hear the sounds of wildlife or bandits along the way. And you make yourself your way back to the fort just as night begins to fall.
Cool.
I'll also bring on Bill since you now have him with you.
Nice. Bill got fat.
Bill is meant to be large, it's just hard to find a good picture of a donkey.
Okay.
They make your way back to the base
Yep.
with Dunban and Rickett. And Dunban now has an actual token, so he doesn't look like a normal person.
Well, he didn't look like a normal person before. He looked like a guy just chilling.
Sitting on the ground, just waiting for you to kill bandits.
Yeah.
And as you approach the base, Dunban starts to look around. So, this is your place?
Yeah, I'll give you a proper tour in the morning when the light breaks.
A tour? There's more?
Well, you know, I'll show you around and tell you what I had in mind.
Alright then.
I wouldn't necessarily say there was much to see that you haven't already seen, but, you know, get a closer look. How big is the doorway?
Doorway into the tower?
Yep.
It's a double door, so it's around
so Bill would
8
fit
feet
through.
wide. Bill can fit through it, yes.
Yeah, I would take Bill inside for the time being then.
As you bring the mule into the tower, Camel kind of sits up as he notices your return. Welcome home, lad. I've seen you brought a little friend. And then he sees
I brought you a little friend as well.
He sees the architect walk in after you. You brought another friend as well.
Yep, and Alferis has a friend for you strung against his back.
The bear bow?
The crossbow.
Alferis will take the crossbow off his back and hand it over to Camel along with the bolts. Aye, this is just the thing. Definitely help my hands. Don't need to be strung some bows around. At least this does all the work.
And I tell him if he looks through Bill's bags, he'll find his crafting tools and some pelts.
done fine work, lad.
And then I think I mentioned we took your advice and looked at the inn for the any requests, and this was the only one that stood out, and I passed him over the note for the coat.
Aye, I found that bear pelt in your pouches. You wanted me to make a full set of clothing out of it.
If you could. If not,
Well,
if that's going to be a problem, we can always sell just a bear pelt, but we'll get more if we can turn it into a coat, is what the request says.
well, I'd much prefer to make it something for a fancy fella, but if you just wanted an outfit, I can do that for you. It might take a week.
That's fine. There's plenty we can be getting on around here in the meantime. You'll notice I also picked up some cleaning supplies and whatnot, so we can actually try and scrub this place down a bit, get rid of the smell.
Well, I'll leave that to you. I've already got my own job right here.
And Dunban here is an architect. I thought it was about time we see about maybe patching up these walls a bit.
Aye, ain't the fondest of open doors, so to say.
And with Bill lying around, I'd rather leave him outside, but I don't want to do that while we have no wall.
I can sympathize with that. The quicker we get the walls, the quicker we get the pack mule out of the house.
And the more space we have to work.
Speaking of work, I'll be doing this in the other tower. That anvil will be a better surface to work on.
That's no problem by me. Dwarves and their anvils.
Dunban just kind of like walks in a bit closer. So, what's the first thing on the agenda for me?
Well, I suppose introductions. Feel free to introduce yourself to Calmore here.
I guess we could do pleasantries.
It's getting a little dark, 'cause there's not really too much point in trying to look at construction jobs and whatnot now. I would have thought it'd probably be better just to wait till morning.
We could do that. Nice to meet you, Calmore, was it? Yes, it's Calmore. Calmore Blaze Arrow. What about you? My name's Dunban Rickett. I was picked up from Malola. Can't say I've heard of it, lads. I'm new to these parts myself. But welcome aboard. If you're looking to make some sturdy walls, you're a welcome addition to the family. As Aramis just watches the GM talk to himself.
I start to tell Calmore about the bandits on the way. And how lucky we got with the bear.
Ah, well, bandits are always gonna be some trouble on the roads. But it's good to hear you made yourself back safe, but you might want to, I don't know, maybe look towards making your battles a bit easier.
Maybe. But then, now you have a crossbow, perhaps you would be more interested in joining us some of the time.
Well, you should
Perhaps
know my
not.
stance by
You're more than
now.
welcome to stay.
I'm not much of a fighter, lad. I'm more of a craftsman. I can definitely shoot the crossbow. I'm not going to be the best at it, though.
Well, having someone to keep an eye on the fort is also not a bad plan.
Aye, and I don't want my hands getting dirty.
We also picked up a couple of books that I thought might be useful. One for helping to set traps, and Alferus, we bought a big old tome so he can potentially teach new people how to the ways of the cleric.
Well, I'm not really one for all the gods up on high, but I do believe in them. I'm not exactly gonna start worshipping them, though.
Oh, it's definitely optional. I'm not saying you have to. Just saying, should there be anyone that join us later down the line that has any interest in learning, Alferez now has the ability to teach.
Alferez will look over to you. It might be a bit hard to find many devout worshippers nowadays.
Sad so. It's unfortunate.
Yes, you'll probably find most of those people are up to the north part of the world.
Well, perhaps we'll travel out that way sometime. Or perhaps we'll end up running into some more unfortunate souls that the bandits have brought back down.
Well, we'll come to that when we come to it.
That we will.
You ever ask where Alferez came from?
I don't think I did.
Alright, his homeland is Chiton.
Okay. Cool. Oh, Coon. Interesting. I get to work starting to unload the mule. Unload
Alright. I take it you just take turns taking watch through the night, or?
Yeah, we'll take turns taking watch through a night, and I'm just casually making conversation in the meantime. I keep the necklace on the mule as well.
Alright.
Excuse me.
And thankfully the night goes through without any trouble.
Nice.
All your bad luck has left.
And we'd probably cook up the bear meat and have that for food. The bear meat and I think I had some other meat maybe. Let's see. Yeah, fox meat. Yeah, we'll cook up all the meat. Eat that for the meals for the night.
Well, the group is definitely happy they're eating bear, since it's kind of a delicacy some places. Well, 2 of the people get the bear meat. There's only found 2 of it on the bear.
Yeah, well, we'd probably cut it into smaller portions and have half portions of bear, half portions of fox.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe even make some form of stew out of it. Somehow. I suppose we don't have cooking tools, so I guess that's not really a thing.
You don't really have a pot.
Next on the agenda, I guess. Next time we're in town, perhaps.
So, are you wanting Calmore to start work on the clothing?
Yep.
Alright. Leave him over there just to signify his crafting, and let's see if he does it. Ah!
Of course not.
It's a good thing it's easy to craft clothing. Otherwise he would have destroyed that pelt.
Uh-huh.
Alright, well, he fails, so he makes no progress.
Okay. It's morning, I assume?
Yes.
I take Dunban around the wall. I suggest to Alferez maybe he could, if there's any more work that he needs to do on the field of vegetables, then perhaps he could do that. Otherwise, we did pick up some cleaning supplies if he wanted to get started trying to clean this place up a touch. Whatever he thinks best.
Let's see what she's gonna do. Alright. Alferez gonna get to cleaning.
Cool. I'm gonna, like, the stuff I've offloaded from Bill, I'll transfer it across in the break. Rather than messing around with it now.
Yep, that's fine.
And I take Dunban around and start looking at the wall.
Well, it's not much of a wall you've got here. I say it used to be some type of towers.
Yep, but as we follow it round, there are parts where there are more wall remaining. More to the south than up here.
And as you show him around, he makes notes of everything as he It's bringing around a ink pen and parchment.
I say for the time being, just something functional, just to at least like stop people coming in anywhere but the gateway, or well, unless they have to climb it. But aside from that, potentially later on having some gangways so that we can position ourselves along the wall would be good.
Well, I can definitely sort something out with what you've got here, and thankfully, a lot of this stone, I could retrofit it for later use. However, I will need to tear it down.
That's fine. I suspect we're going to need to move a lot of this stone in order to build the walls in the first place to start with.
Yes, and if you want something working as quick as possible, we'll pretty much have to start from scratch and make it wood. You won't be able to walk across it though.
Is that something we can add later on?
Yes, we can add walkways later on, but
How would that work? Would that be building up the wooden wall in the meantime and then tearing down sections and replacing it with, or would it be?
Well, it'll be up to you. We can either have our wood walls first, and once you gain enough capital, we can basically build around the walls so that there's wood within them. Not many walls are hollow. Or we can take down the wooden wall so you can use it in other places, but we will need somewhere to store the wooden wall. To make it walkable, it would have to be a stone wall, as many wooden walls, especially the ones that can get crafted for us, aren't really fitted for walking on.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll have to look at the wooden wall for the time being, but I would like a walkable wall in the future. You'll have to excuse the smell around here. I improvised to fill some of our gaps.
Ah, yes, I can see the corpses. We'll have to clean that out.
Yep, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Over here we have some more rubble, perhaps more material.
Yes, we could use some of that rubble, but a lot of it seems crushed into dust. And I have no idea what this is. It looks like the foundation of some sort of building.
Can any of it be salvaged, do we think? Like, is there any usable material left in this?
It looks rather burnt. I wouldn't suggest it's good structural integrity.
Okay. What was this supposed to be? Was it the remains of another building?
That's just the remains of another building.
Okay.
And this is more charcoal than wood. We probably just have to tear it down. Probably use it as just a fuel source.
Okay. That'll be useful to bear in mind for the later times.
This is definitely the outline of what used to be a stone house. It could have been a stone wood composite. I can make some use of this stone.
Cool.
Although again, I'd have to tear it down and build it up again.
That's fine. I assume even if we wanted to rebuild the house as it was, we'd probably have to tear it down and build it up again, so...
Well, there isn't much to tear down, but yes.
Yeah. And then I finally take him to the other tower and ask how much work it would be to patch up the roof.
Well, besides the roofing, there's plenty of work to be done on the walls and floors. We could do that at another time, but I can work it out later.
Cool, that sounds good. So, how much are we looking at for the walls and how much time?
Well, off the top of my head, it's going to be around 300 gold. Then you've got to have your other wall, so... Right now, I'll give you a rough estimate of 600 gold, and you're looking at about 20 to 30 days. I'll get you some better measurements, however I need to spend the day kind of mapping out all of the directions and distances.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to get to that, but before you do, is there anything that I can do to potentially help? Anything that we could do together to help make this process any quicker?
Don't suppose you have worksman tools? Like hammers and the like?
No, but we will have to head back to town. We can always pick stuff up.
Well, if you don't have the worksman tools, I suggest just moving whatever rubble you can into a single space so that I can count out what we have.
Okay, that we can do.
Dunban starts to bring out pieces of string, what you could assume to be pieces of plastic and wood with little numbers on them, and he starts to work, trying to calculate the distances between the different walls.
Okay. In the meantime, I leave him to crack on with that, and I'll go to Alferis and talk to him about, see how he's getting on with cleaning. Mention that I'm going to get started moving some of this rubble, but I do intend to go out hunting again later if you'd like to join me.
Alright, as you go to find Alferis, you find he has taken his armor off since he's gonna be doing some handiwork here, and he's also thrown a rag over his head just to cover his hair, as if he's turned himself into a full-on maid.
Nice.
Well, once I finish up this wall, we can do something else if you want, Aramis.
It's quite up to you. I suspect we have a good few hours before needing to head out. Like I said, I plan on just moving some of this rubble into piles to be sorted through to work towards the wall. I intend to, well, I hope to have a wall up here within the next month or so. At least make the nights a little safer.
Unless they're very good at climbing.
Mm-hmm. One problem at a time, though, hey?
Yes, yes. Just give me the word when you're going out hunting.
Shall do. And then I'll check on Calmore, see if there's anything he needs before getting started on the walls.
As you approach Calmore, he's pretty much just in work, trying to work with the bear pelt. Though it seems he's either not had practice in a while, or he's just not good with this setting, as he seems to be fumbling around with it a bit more than usual.
Okay. So Calmore, is there anything that we can do to help you facility-wise later on? Obviously, it's not something that's a priority right now, but...
Well, if there was one thing I would like, it's pretty much a chair and table. Something a bit more sturdy for me. I can't exactly work on the floor.
It certainly seems like something that we should prioritize. It would be nice to not have to eat on the floor.
Besides that, well, it's more a point of how much gold you got.
That makes sense. Perhaps later down the line we'll have you, we'll build a workshop and put some tailoring bench there for you.
A workshop to my own name, lad. That'll be the dream.
Well, to start with, it may not be to your own. We only have limited space. Perhaps a section of a larger workshop with several facilities inside of it, but perhaps as time goes on.
The promise is all I need, lad, giving me the strength to go on. And I'm pretty sure I can keep you at your promise.
I have no reason to lie. I'm looking at making this a new home. And it only seems right to make it as comfortable as possible.
I'll be making a list of things for you to buy, lad.
Sounds great. Keep it on paper, but bear in mind, I'll prioritize things for the time being. And at the moment, my main priority is getting this wall built.
Yes, I get your meaning.
And any jobs that we can get between now and then will probably be pretty high priority because this wall is going to cost a small fortune.
Well, to pay the workers and to get the supplies, it definitely will be.
And if we want to potentially speed up the process, I suspect that's going to cost more as well.
Possibly, lad, but I wouldn't be too fond of random people in the base.
I am not such a fan myself. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm planning on getting started moving some of this rubble, trying to separate into separate piles and seeing what we can salvage. If
Well, good luck with it.
If you need a break from your tailoring at any point, you're welcome to join me. It's mostly just manual labor there.
I prefer to keep my hands without the calluses.
Fair enough. And I will move over to here, and I will start here. I'm probably going to set up, I'll probably pile things up in areas close to where the wall is, so I'd probably start a little pile here, another one over in this corner somewhere, and then one in the third corner, and just pile things up in those sections, rather than having to carry it all the way across the map all the time. It's going to be heavy, I suspect.
Dunban will recommend you leave the remains of the towers just at the moment.
Okay. I was more thinking like the loose bricks to the side, but yeah. In which case I leave the towers and I will get started in this bottom corner here. And I don't know why I didn't just drag my token over there.
Yeah, that is fine. Roll strength. We'll see how much you can do in the day.
And I am purposely leaving time to go out hunting, perhaps on a slightly longer trip than normal.
Yep, that is fine.
16 for strength.
Yay. So you say you're going to spend 4 or 6 hours doing this?
Yeah, 6 hours sounds good. It's pretty early, right?
Yeah, it's the morning, so...
And I try and make sure to stop and take rest. I don't want to overexert myself.
Yeah. Whereabouts do you want this piled up?
Probably around here behind this piece of wall.
Okay. So you spend a good 6 hours trying to pile up the rubble, and you're able to do a good amount of it. However, you see there's still quite a lot more to move about.
That's
Or
fine.
it gets to the time where you want to hunt again.
Yeah, I very much expect it's going to take probably the whole week to sort the rubble in the meantime, so... Yeah, I'll head on over to Aramis, Aramis, and let him know that I'm planning on heading out to do some hunting, inviting him to join.
Yep, Alvarez will kind of pat himself down, wash his hands in the fountain, and gear up.
Would I take Bill? No, I think I'll leave Bill behind.
Alright.
Although pelts are rather heavy. No, I'll bring Bill along.
Okay.
I'll stop by, check on Calmore and whatnot before leaving, and Dunban.
Calmore's still working away. He'll have about 2 more hours of the day left to work on his craft.
Yep. And I'll check on Dunban, make sure he's got everything he needs. Let him know that I'm heading out to do some hunting, and before heading out.
Well, good luck with your hunting.
If you need anything, Calmore's in the tower.
Yes, I can hear him kind of just shouting expletives whenever he pokes himself. But if I could make a request, I am a bit fond of boar meat. If not, I can work with anything else you bring.
Well, we'll see what we find. If we find boar, then I'll see to it you get some. But we only get whatever we can find. As if there's no boar around, there's no boar.
Yep, totally fine.
And with that, we get leaving.
Okay. What animals in particular are you going to be looking for?
I guess boar, deer.
Alright. Roll survival.
$26.
Okay, you look around for tracks of boar, and thankfully you're actually able to pick up two separate tracks. One of them is leading off to what you can assume to be a singular boar, as it's just a single set of tracks, whereas another set is a pack of three boars.
I follow the pack of 3.
Okay.
I'll show our Ferris what we're following at the same time, point out that this... I'll basically show him what I'm doing in the attempts to teach him to track at the same time.
Okay, and do you want to try and stealthily approach to get as close as possible? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Always stealthy. Not very stealthy.
Alright.
Actually, I kind of prefer the distance. 3 boars. Boars can pack a punch. It's probably a good thing.
Especially if they're boars and not pigs.
Yeah.
Okay, you make your way through the nearby trees, following the tracks of the three boars as it leads you into a kind of a clearing just to the south. And you can make out the tracks leading up to the boars themselves, and they all seem to be kind of huddled around each other as they are eating.
Okay. I will point out to Alferis that these are boars. They are potentially dangerous, so we should at least try to be a little to the careful side.
How are we gonna approach this fight then?
I think perhaps if we do something like we did with the bear, though.
So you want me to take all the hits?
If that's like, I'm open to suggestions, but I feel like this may be the better approach if you're slightly ahead, because you're not particularly great with the bow. I don't mean any disrespect.
Well, I never use the things really.
Yeah, you're
The only problem with
much better
that,
with the sword.
the only problem with that is that there are 3 of them. I don't think I'll be able to take all of them on at once.
Well,
I'm pretty sure they'll go for you if they can't get in a nick at me.
Well, we have, I suspect, a good few. I suspect we'll get at least 2 shots to try and take down at least one of these boars on the way.
Should I spend the time beforehand casting spells on us then?
It might be the best option. I assume he's only going to be able to cast a 1 spell before they notice.
Yeah.
Okay. Perhaps while you're casting your spell, I will take my first shot.
He'll bless you both, so that's easier to hit them.
Okay. I can see them from here. I've got enough range. I'm going to fire at that front boar straight from here. Actually, it might be better to get in a slightly more advantageous position, so I'll leave Bill to the back there on his own, and I will attempt to stealthily move to here before making my shot.
Alright.
I rolled a 10 on the stealth.
They don't seem to notice you approach.
And I am going to rapid shot. So a 10 and a 21. 19 even, sorry. Oh wait, it'd be 11 and 20 because of the bless.
Yeah, +1 from bless. Alright, the first arrow misses. However, the second arrow hits for 7 as the boar squeals. Roll initiative.
17.
Did you want Bill in the fight or just to stay away?
To stay away.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Bill's not trained in the arts of fighting.
Not particularly.
And I suspect he will flee if he takes damage.
Mules are a lot more stoic in battle than horses, really.
Interesting. I
Yeah,
suppose they
surprising.
have got a bit of an attitude.
Yes. So the boar you shot squeals and turns your direction as he makes his way forward.
Oh, you move pretty quick.
Yep. Aramis.
Gonna take a 5-foot step back. And I'm gonna rapid shot him again.
Yep.
For 23, 24 even, because the short
Point blank.
range.
That'll be 7. It's still up.
And a 10.
Be 12.
The rapid shot takes 2,
yeah.
so it just equalizes.
So 10 will be a miss. Keep thinking you're a favoured enemy on everything.
I wish. Maybe later. Level 7,000 or whatever it's going to take just to get that many rapid favoured enemies.
Alferus is going to move in and attack. Oh, and he hits, but
nice.
doesn't crit. Alferus comes in and slashes the boar in the side, finally getting, I think that's his first kill, not sure.
Yeah, probably. I generally tend to steal his kills, I think. I cheer him on from the background.
Boars will make their way up as well.
Wow, they can run so far. Is that a charge, I assume?
No, they are actually running, so they can move a lot faster.
Wow, 80 feet, Jesus.
Aramis, your go.
I rapid attack the one to the coast.
Alferus will be giving that one cover, so it'll be -40 attack rolls if you do.
I've got the precise shot, so...
That's just for in melee combat. If somebody provides cover, that's another -4.
In that case, I'll attack the other boar instead then.
Alright.
For 13 and 19.
19 will hit for 5. Alferus will attack defensively the one that you shot.
Nice.
Oh, it's a good
That's
thing you
definitely
did.
a confirm. That's a double crit.
Yep. Crits his crit for 8 damage on the 4. That'd be a +2 to his AC.
That's a hell of a roll. Kind of wish he hadn't crit the other confirm. I'd rather he saved that second crit for another crit.
The boar on the riverside will attack Alferis and miss. The boar who just got viciously slashed in the side is instead going to go for the man who just attacked him.
Yeah, I'm assuming he probably was about to change his attention.
And miss. Aramis.
I'm going to make a 5-foot step to here and still attack the same boar.
Alright.
Rapid again. For 14 and 12.
14 hits for 3, however 12 is a miss. Alferis is going to continue attacking defensively on the same one. And miss. 2 boars will attack Alferis. And both miss. Aramis.
Same again. Do I have a better shot from the boar from here? Can I attack it without Alferis providing cover, or do I need to move again?
It still provides cover. If the arrow goes through their square, it's cover.
Okay. And if I were to move to
If you were here, he'd still be giving him cover.
Okay. And yeah, so either way, I'm gonna have to go behind if I want to. Okay, in which case I'm just gonna focus on killing this first boar then.
All right.
14. And
14
8.
hits for 9.
The boar's still standing?
No, I'm just checking something.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say, that's a pretty impressive boar if it's still alive. Like, it's taking quite a lot of hits.
And the second one misses, and it's still alive.
The boar's still alive?
Yep, still alive.
Oh, wow.
Alferis will attack defensively again, and miss. Boars will attack. First one misses, however the second one will crit and confirms. For 16 damage to Alferis.
Oh, Alferis is going down.
Yep, he's unconscious. Aramis.
On the flip side, at least he's not providing cover anymore. Fire at the same boar. Rapid shot.
Yep.
That's a miss. So is that.
Alferis is going to try and not bleed out. Right, Alferis is stable.
He's getting real good at not bleeding out. Like, he must have quite the control of his blood flow.
Yep. The gods are helping him.
I'm assuming it's the flanking that's doing him a lot of pain as well.
The 2 boars will move in to attack Aramis. And the one you've been shooting hits you for 8. And goes back to you.
I'm gonna step back to here and fire again at the same boar. Nope. Yep. 20 for 3.
And you hit the boar right in its eye as it falls down.
Thank God for that. Was it that boar that crit Alferis? Or was it the other one?
Yeah, it was that boar that crit him.
Okay, so I've obviously enraged him.
Boar move in to attack and miss you. You'll go.
Same again. 23 and a 6.
Yeah. That hits. the fumble obviously misses. Ball will continue to follow you. And miss. You'll go.
20 and 18.
Yep, 20 will hit for 10. And the 18 will hit for 9. The ball will continue to follow you. And he will hit you for 5 damage.
Okay.
It's your go.
Step back, same thing. 9 and 9 again.
They'll both miss. Ball will continue to follow you for the attack and bite his own tongue. You'll go.
And same again. 22 and 11.
22 will hit for 7 and kill it.
Thank God. I was a bit concerned.
Yep.
But then I knew 3 balls was probably a bit of a gamble.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure you thought the same.
Yep.
I'm gonna come over here and heal Alferis as best I can.
Yep, go ahead.
I had to stop to see how many arrows I was actually carrying at one point there. 11. I also want to try and recover arrows as well.
Yep, I can roll that for you now.
1800 experience, that might even be enough to level, or it's going to be pretty close.
Boars are a lot stronger than pigs.
Yeah, I questioned myself when I picked the 3, but I wanted a lot of meat. That's why I decided to spend the extra time hunting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You retrieve 9 of your arrows.
Cool. And I shot 12, so that's pretty awesome.
I have down you shot 18.
I shot 8. I might have missed a couple, so that's half.
Basically got half your arrows back.
That's fine. I want to spend some time crafting more anyway.
Yep, that's fine. And you can't really bring Alferis back to consciousness, however you're sure he's not dying.
Okay. Well, in which case, for the time being, while he's unconscious, I will get to work on, well, preparing these boars to travel, so skinning, prepping the meat. And then once I've done with all that, I'm assuming I could then make another check on Alferis, noticing that he's still out cold for a couple hours.
You could probably.
You want me to roll survival for each?
Yes. Are you trying to get their skin as well?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the pelts, but I'm not necessarily prioritizing either. So maybe the 9 was the one that Alferis slashed up, and I just made more of an effort for the meat rather than the pelt.
Alright, you get 2 lots of pig leather, which is £20 each, and 9 times pig meat.
£1 each for the meat?
Yes.
if Alferis still hasn't revived, I will try and bring him to again. Probably shouldn't roll a heal check on Bill's character sheet though, that would be silly.
The mule just comes over and starts patting the wounds with his hooves.
Licking its wounds like a dog. 16.
Alright, Alferis has still not come to you treating him.
Okay. In which case, I will try to place him on Bill's back, or try to carry him if Bill looks like he's going to struggle, and carefully try and take
Bill
him
can
back.
carry him fine.
Yeah, then I'll carefully place him on top of Bill and take him back to the fort.
Alright. Return to the fort just as the sun starts to die down from the sky. Ferris is kind of like strung across Bill's back.
Yep, I'll take him inside, remove him from Bill and lay him by the fire, keeping him warm. What do I see the others doing at this time? I'm assuming they're done with their jobs for the day if it's getting dark.
Yep, they are done for their jobs and they'll be heading back to that tower now.
Well, the good news, Calmore, I managed to kill and butcher 3 boars. However, Alferis took a bit of a tumble and has yet to come to. I've given him first aid.
The lad does look like he's taken quite a beating.
He doesn't. I think he's just unconscious. I don't think he's bleeding anymore, but he took quite the hit.
He'll probably come to in the morning.
Hopefully. In the meantime, I cook up some boar meat. I'm assuming Dunban was in the room when I started this conversation, or did he join when he joined?
He was there, the conversation.
Yeah. And yeah, and as you requested, Dunban, we did find a pack of 3 boars.
Ah. Did you happen to take their tusks?
Would I have grabbed the tusk while... I'm assuming not, because I didn't say it.
You just said
no, I didn't realise the tusk would be useful. Was that something I should grab the next time?
Oh. You could sell the tusks.
Good to know. And what do boar tusks sell for?
Well, it's pretty hard bone. They can go for a few gil each.
Gil?
A few gil? Sorry, gold. I'm used to the Final Fantasy game on Saturday.
Yeah, I noticed. You speak a funny language. This must be some very distant lands.
Oh, it's the green coins.
Ah, I see. I've never heard of such a coin, but I'll take your word for it. Well, the next time I shall work on gathering tusks as well. In the meantime, Calmore, I did pick up a couple more hides. If you have anything you would like to use them for.
Well, nothing in particular. I'm already working on that outfit you're wanting. I could possibly tan it later on.
Oh, I
the value
certainly don't mean immediately. More, I figure every time I go out, I may as well be bringing back the hides, so seems a waste to leave it behind.
Definitely, lad. If there was a deity up on high, they'd definitely want you to use all parts of the beast.
And now that I know that the tusks are worth grabbing, I shall make sure to be doing that as well.
Dunban hands you a piece of parchment. I finally calculated how much it will cost as well as the time for your walls.
Okay. I read the parchment. And I'll be cooking up some boar meat while this is happening. In fact, I'll probably
Yep.
be cooking up all of the meat, just because it seems a waste to keep it raw. It's probably going to spoil quicker that way.
Alright, he hands you the parchment that basically tells you that to get your defensive wall, it will be 260 gold for every 40 squares or 200 feet of distance. And for the entire wall that you have here, which is just the two sides, it will be 520 gold. This will require you to cart over £10,000 worth of wood per 40 squares, so in total £20,000 of wood. It'll take you 12 days per section to craft, to actually build up these walls as well. And he took the time to also calculate deconstructing the rubble and stone walls, and he can gather you have around 100 gold worth of deconstructed stone around.
Okay. And that's all priced as in for wood.
Yes,
Wood
the
and wood.
prices there are all for wood. The 100 gold is obviously in stone because that's of the walls already here.
Well, I'll point out that there's no point selling the stone. We may as well keep hold of it and put it towards when we upgrade the walls later on.
Yep, that's fine. It's just you basically just take 100 gold off of the price of when you upgrade.
I will go ahead and put those the stone on the fort supplies though.
Alright.
What I remember. Well, I'll add the pelts and whatnot later, as I said. I will. So, Dunban, what do we need to get this started? Just some material? Do we need tools, worksmen? What do I need to source?
Well, that price is to also pay for the worksmen to come on over and build it for us. That'll be about 4 worksmen in total.
Is there anything that we can potentially do to help bring this time down or bring the cost down?
Well,
perhaps we could pitch in.
You can pitch in, it'll speed it up a bit, but it'll still cost the same amounts.
That's fine.
And obviously, I can't do the handiwork. My hands aren't really meant for it.
Well, it is what it is. I'm sure you've worked with people in the past, so perhaps you can point me in the direction, or even come back to town with us and help find the manpower.
I don't think I want to go back to town unless I have the money for the people I owe.
How much money do you owe?
Well, if you wanted to make that entire wall, it's about the same.
Oh, okay. In which case, perhaps a note to someone you trust. A letter looking for the supplies and the craftsmen you need that I can forward on.
Yes, you can pass that parchment on to some people I know back at Malola. They won't know it's from me, but they'll know what to do. All you need to do is hand over the gold and ferry them over. As well as some of the supplies. You'll probably need a wagon for it. I doubt the mule will be able to carry such wood.
That's fine, a wagon's been on my shopping list for a while. I suspect this war may not be starting for a few weeks while we find the money, repurpose some more bandit gear.
But you don't have to pay it. Well, you'd have to do all of the wall at once. So you can start with the south wall. That's pretty much one segment down there.
That sounds like a pretty wise idea.
And do you go to sleep and take watches?
Yep, we take watches after eating our meals, chatting a bit. I asked Dunban through the night. If he was always in Malola or if he lived somewhere else before that.
Let me check.
Try and get a little bit of information about where he's from and whatnot. Trying to build my knowledge on other towns.
Dunban was born and raised in Malola.
Okay.
He's been there for the 34 years of his life.
Then yeah, I just make an effort to try and get to know Malola a little bit better. See if there's any more information on it that he has that I don't.
He only really makes some note of some other shops you might want to visit, but besides that, it's pretty much all in front of you.
Okay. What other shops does he mention?
Just some more shops for buying basically supplies like wood and stone, as well as where you can hire worksmen if you need them.
Okay, cool. And yeah, I think for each of the nights I'm just gonna talk to, take turns talking to Calmore next or Alferus next, not sure which one, just to see about their towns and learn what I can about them.
Well, Calmore, pretty sure he told you before, but Calmore comes from Epping. And that is a city far to the west of here.
Okay.
It's on the other side of the. Oh, my computer's kind of frozen. It's a few miles just west of the Scar itself.
Okay. Next time I'm in town, I'm going to pick up a map and have him mark it on the map.
Alright. And you're able to go through the night without any sort of trouble. As Alferus finally wakes up and gets to healing himself.
I ask him how he's feeling. Tell him.
Battered and bruised. Every time you rest, you heal your level in HP.
Also, 2 HP.
Yeah, 2.
And he's channeling,
Alferus,
so I'm pretty sure I'm going to be going up to full.
Damn, he really wants to heal himself up.
Alright, he's rolling real well. Yeah, I'm just going to put myself back to full, because I'm pretty sure that takes me there.
That's 14 is given.
Yeah, I was already on 4, so yeah, takes me past full. Well, I think today, after the fight yesterday, I don't think I go out hunting or anything tonight. I think I spend my day working on crafting some more arrows from what material we have lying around. I assume that's gonna take away some of the crafting wood.
Yeah, not by much though.
Enough to make a note of it, or?
You're pretty much taking out the weight of the arrow, so it'd just be like, it'd be £3. Okay. And roll a craft check. Do you want to do this by the day?
Yeah, I'll do it by the day.
Alright. And Alferus is going to spend the day tilling the soil just to make it a bit better for the growing of crops.
Cool. I tell him to take it easy today. He did take quite the beating yesterday. Nice. So how was my roll?
Trying to get a better image for tilled soil. There Oh, you definitely make it, and double check the craft DC of arrows. I'm pretty sure it's just 12 or something.
Yeah, I think it's 12.
Yep, longbow, short bow, and arrows is 12, so you have crafted 276 for arrows.
And arrows cost...
Arrows cost 1 gold per 20, so
I've made...
you've made it 27 times faster.
Wow.
So you're able to make the 20 arrows in 0.3 of an hour.
Wow.
So it takes you about 15 minutes.
That's pretty impressive.
Well, you rolled really good. You didn't make any mistakes, so you carved out some of the wood with your knife and hand axe, able to pick up some of the feathers from the nearby area, as well as some flint, and you're able to craft 20 arrows within about 15 to 20 minutes.
Cool. Well, that fills both my quivers. In which case, I still have pretty much the full day, so I go ahead and I try to craft more arrows, I guess, for keeping lying around at the fort. And roll pretty well again.
Alright, this time it's closer to 25 minutes.
That's fine.
Over 20 times arrows. And as you are going around, basically gathering up supplies from the nearby area, you're pretty sure you've exhausted the supply of feathers near here, as well as the flint.
That's fine. And I'm assuming that's dropped my wood down to about £9 worth.
Yep.
But I now know to gather a supply of those next time I'm out. Well, since that took very little time whatsoever, I will spend the rest of the day moving rubble.
Alright, roll strength.
Just move my character down to the rubble first.
Okay, you spend the next 5 hours or so, since you spent an hour making arrows, moving some more rubble. Not able to move too much in that time, as the blocks are kind of heavy and you have to rest a bit more than usual today.
Yep, that's fine. Makes sense that I'd be pretty worn out after making all the arrows and after the all the fighting and healing I got.
As it starts to get later in the day, and Alvarez will be done tilling the soil, as it's not too much for him to do. As you get back to the basically the home tower, you see Dunban just kind of making notes and drawing. As he notices you enter, he kind of waves you. Aramis, didn't really notice much, but you don't really have anything of a what could you say, a constant income?
No, we do not.
Is it mostly pelts you're selling for your income then?
For the time being, pelts and whatever bandits tend to come by are donating often.
Ah, yes, well, I'm not really opposed to the bandits donating their goods, but if you are to pay me as such, it will take some kind of uh, stable income. I mean, we have this mill here, we can probably retrofit it.
What did you have in mind?
Well, for the time being, if you're wanting to make more things out of wood, we could retrofit it to become a sawmill or a lumber yard of such.
And would that be beneficial for building of the wall as well?
Well, it will take some time. It might be best for you to get the wall down first before this mill is done.
What kind of material would, what kind of things would I be able to make using a sawmill?
Well, the mill itself would be made for any lumberers to turn trees into lumber. You could then either store this lumber if you have a storehouse, or you can sell it off towards any nearby towns.
Okay. I say I do agree that a sawmill would be very beneficial for us in the long term. I do plan on building a lot more than just walls. But this is our only current roof area, and living in a tower with a sawmill may be difficult.
It's just a thought for the future.
I'm certainly not opposed to it if we can retrofit this into a sawmill and still have some space to stay in the meantime while we're working on other things. I am not opposed. What kind of pricing are we looking at to afford this retrofit?
Well, you've already got a lot of the mill here already. You will have to repair the broken parts, of course. He kind of looks around the room, trying to guess work at some of the prices going to be needed as he kicks certain parts of it just to make sure it's stable. Well, since this is kind of the same building, it will cost around 150 gold to repair it. However, we will need to expand it off to the side to actually have the trees in. So for the mill itself, just to actually have it working is 150, whereas the segment of it to cut the trees as well as store them will be closer to 600.
And just repairing the mill in the meantime, what's that going to, like, is that going to give any benefit whatsoever, or is that just going to be patching
Well,
up
the
the
mill
structure?
can be used. It's more of just a mechanism, really. Getting the windmill, which I assume this one used to have from looking at it. You can use it to process grain, foodstuffs, as well as other raw materials. So until you get the trees working, you could use this to craft other things.
So it would turn a cog.
Yes.
Okay, I will bear this in mind. I definitely think that the wall is definitely my main priority, but I do like the idea of having a sawmill. I do think that'd be very beneficial.
We should just hope there's enough bandits to donate for the cause.
Well, I plan to keep going back to town, and I'll check the board for any jobs. We are working on a coat at the moment, which was listed. Perhaps I'll speak to the innkeep and ask her to set aside those kinds of requests for us.
It would be beneficial to have a friend in the bar, yes.
And she did express some interest in potential food for the inn. Perhaps I will hand them over at a discount in return for her keeping the the right kind of jobs for us available.
Might be wanting to hand over food. You Best off actually handing over the full animal. If she's a good cook, she can probably make use of the whole beast.
Perhaps. I will have to bear that in mind. Maybe I'll, when I get multiple kills, I'll keep one aside for her. However, we do need the food to feed ourselves as well, as something to bear in mind. And after that, I will start cooking up some food for the night.
Alright.
Just cooking up some more of the boar from the night before. Which I didn't subtract yesterday, so I had 3 yesterday, so it would be 7 total. So 2 boar meat left. I'll ask Dunban about if he can build us something or work on something that would help preserve things like meat, stop them from spoiling so quickly. Is there anything he could do for that?
Well, besides salt, we'd be best making off a underground pantry.
And how difficult would that be? Perhaps you could work up a plan for me for tomorrow.
It might take some time to work it out. I'll have to test the soil around here, but I can write something up for you.
Sounds good. And I make an effort to ask Alferus about his hometown before setting up watches for the night.
Well, what do you want to know about my hometown? It's very far away from here, and it's definitely a different culture.
How so?
Well, it's more of a fishing and salt mining city. Kind of known for its fish food, but, well, the bandits kind of keep it all to themselves nowadays unless they're trading.
It's unfortunate.
There also used to be a rather large monastery there, but it was burnt down, and there's not too many people who are devout worshippers. Though there are a few here and there, since the remains still are a symbol to people.
That is sad, but I'm glad they've not died out entirely. And yeah, I just generally chat about his town and whatnot, try and take an interest before setting up watches for the night.
And the night goes out without too much trouble.
Cool.
Hammer returns to his work.
I'm going to spend some time studying my trapping book.
Alright.
And then, after I've spent the required amount of time of reading the book, I'm going to start working on a couple of traps that I can take out and set out around the fort to be perhaps catch some game without having to fight it.
Sadly, it seems you're lacking a bit of the materials needed to make traps.
I make a mental note of what materials I need to pick up.
Are there any traps in particular you're wanting to craft?
I don't know. Just I'm assuming I would have some knowledge of what kind of trap I would need to catch things like a boar and generally the kind of animals I've seen around here.
A bear trap will suffice for most of the animals, really.
And yeah, with that being done, I will then spend the rest of my day moving rubble. I intend to spend the next... perhaps I'll go out hunting tonight as well. Or maybe... Actually, no.
Just cleans.
Rather than that, I'm spend the day moving rubble today, but tomorrow I plan to go out and spend the day hunting rather than just a couple hours.
Alright.
And yeah, I work on clearing some more of this rubble. You want another strength check?
Yes.
Oh, I don't move much. Twist an ankle.
Takes quite a bit of time and you don't move much, but since you're doing the whole day of this, you could do a bit more.
I'm assuming these are all piled up somewhat together and it's just a case of not stacking them on top. Yeah. Yep, well. It's a lot of rubble.
I can't select this rubble because it's underneath it. There we go.
And yeah, after that, I will crack out the field rations and just generally chit-chat throughout the night again.
And before the night arrives, you can hear some chatter on the wind as it seems there are people approaching.
Nice. I make sure everyone's aware. I have leave Dunban and Bill in this particular tower and head up to the second story where Calmore is, where the gaps are. Mentioning to Calmore that I hear some chatter. I mentioned to Alferris, you stay here with Dunban, keep him safe, Dunban and Bill.
Alright, he will do so.
And I motioned to Calmore to grab his crossbow and head up the stairs with me. We can get a better angle from up here. I did not notice you'd already added those to the... Interesting.
So, as you all get to your positions, you can see out the window as they start to approach the fountain. And just towards what you would assume to be your entrance, as there's a kind of a dirt path, you can count 7 elves kind of walking in with plenty of backpacks strewn across them, as well as their 4 horses. They are pretty much stacked up with a load of gear and what seems to be trade supplies. All of them have longbows, and they all seem to be ready to fight anything.
Do they look like bandits, or do they just look like merchants travelling around?
They definitely look like bandits, yes.
I yell down, what business do you have here?
You yell down at the bandits as they make their way closer into the centre, as they hear you shouting from the tower, and one waves you down. Ah, we didn't realise there were people living here. No need to worry, just filling up the water skins.
Make it quick. I have arrows trained on you. I don't want to see anything fishy.
Nothing fishy here. They continue to approach the fountain as they all start to gather around it as they pull all of their water skins into it.
Can I hear them talking amongst themselves?
Not from where you are, no.
I just keep an eye on the situation, make sure that's all they're doing. If they look like they're getting ready for anything, I will make a note, I guess.
As the elves fill up their water skins, the leader then turns over to the tower and starts to wave at it. I don't suppose any of you are up for a trade?
What did you have in mind?
Well, we got some supplies. Wouldn't mind lightening our load. Also, if you got any sort of healer up there, we could do with their services.
We might be able to work something out. However, there are far too many of you around here for me to feel comfortable. If some of you could leave, I'd feel far more comfortable coming down to talk.
Leave in what sense?
Back off outside of the walls.
Walls? He
Well,
often just looks around. What walls?
head back towards the path.
Well, we kind of need to trade between all of us, but okay. Then starts to click at some of the elves alongside her and kind of motions them towards the path.
You'll understand my concern in this day and age.
The 6 elves that are accompanying her all move back to the path.
I say you may approach, and I'll head down to the doorway, but I don't leave.
Right. The head elf approaches the tower that you're in. There's not that much reason to be so worried. You not know about our group?
No, I do not.
Oh.
Well,
New to
would
these
I know
parts?
anything about their group?
No.
Okay, then I say yes. Yeah, I'm pretty new here.
Well, every day I get to introduce ourselves. I am one of the traders from the Knife Tongues group.
Can I make a knowledge roll? See if I've heard of them?
Sure, roll knowledge local.
Nope.
You know they're a group of bandits, and that's about it.
I asked what they trade.
We trade whatever we get our hands on.
What
Plenty of
group did
other
you say it was from, sorry?
Knife Tongues.
Night Times?
I shall write it down. There you go.
Thank you. And what did you have your hands on at this moment of time? What do you have for sale?
We have plenty of arms and armor. We also got some tools that people left behind. We also have some wood, flint, some iron kicking around, as well as some food supplies.
I'd be interested in your at some of these supplies.
Well, do you mind kind of
The
coming out?
I moved to there. This is as far as I'm prepared to go right now.
Well, you definitely look like a bandit yourself. Don't know why you'd be so worried about us.
I'm just a cautious guy.
I can tell.
I'd be
So,
interested in the food supplies, your iron. I list the materials for making traps and arrows. And if you happen to have a map, I might be interested in that as well.
We certainly have a map. The map itself is 5 gold. They'll also trade you rations. And if you want to buy supplies for traps, you basically just hand over gold and you have that worth of materials to make the traps with.
Okay. If this trade goes well, if there's nothing eventful, perhaps we can trade again in the future.
Well, if we pass through here, maybe.
That's all I meant.
So, you don't have a healer then?
We might for the right pay.
I will definitely pay for their services.
I will call Alferis over. Alferis,
wonderful.
these people are looking for a healer. This is definitely your choice. They are prepared to pay for the service, though.
I suppose I could heal them. They're paying.
You may bring your wounded here one at a time.
One at a time, but aren't clerics best at healing multiple people at once?
Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't think of that. Okay, they can all come, but they leave their weapons where they are.
Well, if that's the case, then the cleric has to come to the fountain.
You okay with this, Alferis?
I suppose. I have my gear on me. If they don't have their weapons, it should be fine.
And I'll have a bow in the I'll have an eye on the situation with my bow. I don't make any sign that there's anybody else here. I leave them to think that it's just the two of us. Have Calmore up there, trying to keep an eye on the situation with his crossbow trained.
I don't suppose you'd be able to do much. There are 6 of us. Well, 7.
Is that what he says?
That's what the woman says.
Yeah. I say yes. Well, there are a few more of us as well, but let's not find out how many. I don't say that last part. It's stupid. But yeah, I'll hand over 5 gold for the mat. And how much did you say the bear trap materials was before?
For bear traps, to make them, it's half the price, and for an individual bear trap, it is 2 gold, I think it was.
Okay, so I pick up 10 gold's worth of materials as well.
Alright.
And I'll also pick up some more arrow making and bow making material.
Yep, again, you just buy an amount of materials.
And it was 2 gold for a quiver worth of material, of arrows, sorry.
For a quiver of arrows, it's 1 gold per 20.
I'll pick up 3 gold's worth just to round my number off.
Alright.
So it's 60 arrows the equivalent of, sorry.
Well, you only pay half price for the materials themselves.
So 120 arrows.
Yeah.
And how many traps was it? I picked up 10 gold's worth, so it was...
picked up 10 gold.
So that was 20 traps? Or 10, I can't remember the price already.
It was the price of a single bear trap is 2 gold, so for 10 gold worth, you can make...
10 traps.
10 traps, yes.
And what do they have in the way of lumber? Although I don't know if I have material to, the money to buy enough lumber for the wall right now, so I guess there's not much point.
The lumber and stuff they have is just, again, it's just being money value for how much lumber you want to actually buy. But since they have horses, they don't have too much of it.
Yeah, no, there's not much point in me buying right now. I guess I'll check for cooking tools as well, like a pot.
Yep, they have pots and cooking utensils if you want to buy them.
And the building material that that Dunban had mentioned as well. The trader's tools, I forgot what he called them. Hammer and whatnot.
Worksman's tools.
Yep. How much was a cooking pot?
Okay, for the full cooking sets, it will be 3 gold. It weighs 16 pounds.
Okay, and the worksman tools just Artisan's toolkit again, I assume.
For the workman tools, yeah, for the workman tools, it will again be 20 gold.
And weight.
The weight for these is £5.
Okay. I will show them the fox pelt, see if there's any interest.
They will definitely buy the fox pelts off of you.
I'll also show. I have 6 weight worth of fox fur, as well as.
They'll give you 3 gold per fox pelt.
And I'll show them the masterwork as well.
They'll also buy that off of you.
For.
Should have the price noted down. Pretty sure that was 8 gold for that one.
Yeah, is that how much they offer?
Yes.
Okay, then I sell all of those, and I keep the boar hides in case we need to use them for anything else. So that's 14 gold. Unless my maths is terrible. Which it isn't, it's fine. And how much do they pay for Aramis's, Alferris's healing services? You had to give him a name that starts the same as mine. Like, I'm gonna keep getting the two mixed up.
They'll pay you 36 gold for Alferris's healing.
Is that per person or total?
That's total.
Okay. After that, do they leave without any problems?
Yep, they'll leave if you finish dealing with them.
Yep, that's all I have in mind for them.
Alright. The elves will pack up their gear.
I say it was a pleasure doing business. If you'd stop this way again, perhaps we can work out some other forms of trade.
I wouldn't say it was the best of pleasures. You did greet us with drawn bows, but maybe.
Well, again, we don't know you. And we've seen how this world works these days. You'll have to understand my skepticism for the time being. My caution.
Well, it's not every day a group of bandits just attacks a village.
You say that.
I'd say it's not every day. You might have some days when it doesn't happen.
Not from my experience.
Well, then we'll be off. The elves take the path back out of your base.
At what time of day was this?
This was evening, because this was just when you're setting up to get to sleep.
I will follow a short ways, like keep my distance just to make sure they actually leave.
Yep, they are actually leaving.
Okay. And I will. We've set up watches for the night, and I will say, let's try and keep a more keep a closer eye out tonight in case they decide that they didn't want to pay for these services. Come to take their money back. But otherwise.
And the rest of the night goes through without any trouble.
I'd mentioned buying food and forgot to actually buy the food.
Camel will return to crafting bear suit. You said you wanted to go out hunting today?
Yeah.
For the entire day?
Yep, and I invite Alferis to join me. I tell him that I'm hoping to do a fair bit of hunting today, but we'll try and keep to tracks with less foes or less menacing foes. We'll try and make this an easier night.
Yep, Alferis will definitely appreciate that.
Survival?
Yes.
$26.
So, as you are hunting around for tracks, you're able to find a set of...
And again, I'm making an effort to show Alferis this as well. I'm trying to teach him. Should he decide, should he want to,
It'll be very hard to teach him this.
that's fine. I figure if I'm doing it anyway, I may as well be showing him at the same time so he can potentially spot tracks that I miss.
Alright, and searching around for quite some while, you find 4 separate tracks. One of them is a pair of foxes, another leads to what you assume to be 3 boars, another one leads off to a singular bear, and then you can also find tracks of 3 humanoids which have passed through recently.
Do they look like they're heading away from my base or in the direction towards
Heading
it?
away.
Okay. I will point out all these tracks to Alferis and see if he has a preference. The 3 boar tracks, is that 3 boars together?
Together, yes. I don't exactly have too much of a preference, but the bear and humanoids would offer a lot more money.
Are you going to be okay fighting a bear after the last one?
I think I might defend myself a bit better this time.
Then how about we go for the bear? There's a lot of meat to be gained on a bear, and the pelt is always useful.
As long as you don't cut too deep.
That is the plan. So we'll follow the bear tracks. Because we're spending a full day doing this, will that give me, like, is that giving an advantage on the what tracks I found, or is that going to give us time to find, to follow 2 sets potentially?
Yes.
Yes.
So basically both.
Okay.
More time you spend, more different sets of tracks you can find, as well as being able to track 2 more.
Cool. I like that. That's a nice way of doing it. So it spends more time looking, but also gives a little bit more time to actually follow them. I'm assuming if I'm going to stop and spend the time to skin this bear, I would have brought the mule as well if I didn't.
Yep. Drag on Bill, even if you won't be using him in the fight.
Well, if it gets close enough, I may end up drawing the bear near to Bill, but I'm concerned that the bear may eat Bill, so... Bill's mostly there just to carry the pelt back.
Okay, you follow the bear tracks as it leads into the forest, and you can see it off in the distance.
Okay. I'm not too worried about being like super stealthy. Like I'm trying not to let him notice, but I'm not trying to get close. Like I want to keep my distance so I can at least get a couple of shots before it gets close.
Yep.
And do I have a shot from here?
Should do if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it, and I don't see any trunk in the way. Alferis, perhaps you should cast yourself something to help protect yourself while we before the bear notices.
You wanting him to use all of his spells in this battle because he only has 3. If you want him to hunt other things.
Yeah, that's a good point. To be honest, with a bear, I'm not necessarily too worried about going after other tracks. Like, if I do, it may just be the foxes, but the bear's a good find. So yeah, he can cast. I'll have him cast at least 2 and judge the 3rd if we get there.
Well, he has 1 bless and 2 shields of faith.
Yeah, let him use a bless and a shield of faith on himself first.
Right, so he'll bless you for the first attack.
And I also ask that he get in front of me.
He doesn't need to get in front of you just yet. He'll do that when he buffs up to block this one.
That's fine.
If he's in front of you, that'll be... I don't know, if he gets here... Is he blocking you? No, you're fine, you can do that.
Cool. So I've got a +1.
Yeah, +1 to your attack roll.
Then I'm going to rapid shot for -1. And a crit.
Getting low to the ground and hearing the words of the gods above, you knock an arrow into your bow and shoot it straight into this thing's rear.
And did that confirm as well?
Yeah, that confirmed.
Nice. So
and then knocking a further arrow into your bow, you shoot another one, hitting it again in the behind. So 13 damage. Roll initiative.
Nice. I do the exact same thing again then. Exactly the same thing again. Oh, I didn't confirm. That's real unfortunate.
Oh, damn, you did max damage on the crit as well.
Right?
Well, you're able to hit this thing again for 8 damage.
I'm guessing the 13 is a miss.
And the 13 is a miss, yes.
It'd be 12 anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. The bear continues to roar out in pain as he continues to get pelted in the ass. Ferris will cast Shield of Faith on himself.
Which apparently doesn't show up.
It showed up before.
I know.
Well, you know what it does. It gives him +2
Yep.
to his AC. And he's good where he is.
Can he prepare himself defensively still?
No, he has to use his standard action to do that.
Fair enough.
God, the Char, the bear definitely doesn't like what's happening to him.
Does it look bloodied, or is it moving any slower?
It's kind of hobbling about as it charges for Alferis.
Presumably that's because it's got a couple of arrows pointing out of his ass.
Charges for Alferis as it jumps up for a bite. Oh yeah, I broke this character sheet before. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright, now you do an attack. Yes! And he bites Alferis in the side for 6 damage.
Ouch.
You'll go.
I'll do the same. Do I still have a shot from here?
Yes.
And Alferis isn't blocking him?
Take a 5 foot step down.
Yep. Then I will make 2 shots, but he's within 30 feet now, so it's no negative.
Yep.
12.
But you still missed both the shots.
Yeah.
Alferis doesn't like that he's been hit so hard, so he's gonna heal himself. But 5. The bear will attack. Ooh! And hit him for 7 damage.
How's Alferis looking?
He's at 3 HP. Aramis.
Hey, if I make a 5 foot step closer, am I able to hand Alferis off a potion? Or is that going to be something it's going to take full action to use anyway?
To give someone an item would be a standard action, so you'd move, give him it, and then that would be it.
Oh, there's no point. I may as well just keep attacking. Is like something like a potion? Can I pour that sound someone unconscious's throat?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine then. So 20 for 6.
Yep. It'll hit for 6 damage. As somebody dies in the background.
Yeah, my wing's not well. And a 24 for 4.
24 hits for 4 damage.
How's this bear looking? Pretty
Very
ticked off.
hurt. Got plenty of arrows sticking out of it. Alferis is gonna channel again just to keep himself up. Ooh, and he only heals for 2. Goes back to the bear, and he's going to attack Alferis again. Oh my god, I really do not like Alferis today.
What do you mean today?
As he does 7 damage and confirms his critical for another 6.
Alferis is down.
Alferis is down to -8.
Ouch. How far has he got? -2 to go.
He can go to minus of his con score, which is 13.
Okay,
So he has 5 HP until he dies. Aramis.
I'm gonna concentrate on the bear for at least another turn. 23.
And seeing Alferis hit the ground, you shoot another arrow through this thing's eye, it collapses.
After that, I'm going to make a move to Alferis, and I'm going to try and patch him up. Just going to use a heal check for now, see if that's enough to bring him up. The 10.
No. And pretty sure with a 10, that still means he's bleeding out. I can double check. By first aid, and it doesn't make him stable, so let's see if he's going to bleed out. I want to open you, not move you. There we go.
He rolls really well on his not bleeding out thing.
He's just not going to die, he's just going to keep on falling down.
Yeah.
And again, 900 XP.
Does he come to, or is he unconscious?
He's unconscious. He's going to be unconscious for a while.
If I were to give him the healing potion, would that be enough to revive
You'd have
him?
You'd have to heal him above his minus, and the potion you have might not do it.
Okay. You said square brackets do math?
Yes, square brackets do math. It's 2 square brackets.
That's a level up. But we can sort that back in the fort. In fact, it's probably a good time for a break if you want to do that now. It's halfway.
We can have a break here now.
Let's sort that then.
And I will be right back.
Yep, me too.
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
You ready to continue?
I'm just finishing up transferring stuff from character sheets. I'll remove them from build sheet later. I've just removed the quantity in the time being. But yeah, I'm ready. So far I've just not been taking things off the sheet because of when it comes to hunting and stuff, I seem to find a lot of the same animals, so I can just adjust the quantity button.
Yeah. Did you want to look for the surrounding area that the bear was?
Yeah, I'll I'll take a look around.
Alright, roll perception.
9. How many days has it been since we came back from a town? Has it
As
been
you come back
3?
from the town.
Yeah, because I've realised I've not been tracking Bill's feed.
Ah. 4 days, I think it is now.
Okay. That's including today?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take it off now and I'll just do our food when we get there tonight. I'm assuming I didn't see anything where the bear was.
I'm just checking that right now.
Ah, okay. Cool. Now Ferris is stabilized, right?
He's stabilized, yes. Okay, looking around, you don't really find too much of value around here, except from scraps of meat that the bear was probably chewing on.
Is there anything salvageable?
Not that you'd want to touch.
Okay, then I don't. I'll get to work on taking my time skinning and preparing the bear, as usual.
Alright. Survival.
Yep, working on it. 17. Out of curiosity, does Alferus take experience if he passes out?
Yeah, he does, as long as he contributes to a battle.
Thank God for that. Otherwise he's not getting barely any experience in all of these fights.
He's learning something from getting knocked out.
Yeah, where not to stand.
Yep. Alright, you're able to get a bear pet off of this thing, as well as 9 days worth of meat.
Cool. And I will load all of that onto Bill, and I will again try and rest Alferus on top of Bill.
Yep.
And I'm going to head back to the fort, but I'm going to be looking out for berries and such. Just wild edibles rather than any animals.
And roll survival.
For 10.
Looking around, you don't find too much in the edible way. You find some as a treat, but nothing really to fill anyone up.
That's fine.
We go to the base.
Yep. And I'm assuming he's going to be out for a couple of days.
Possibly.
Am I able to make heal checks to help speed that up any?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can provide long-term care for him and you'll recover faster.
I will make sure to do that. How much time's left of the day?
Well, this was pretty early in the day. You're hitting about noon now.
Then yeah, I'm gonna spend the next couple of days probably just tending to Alferus, making sure that he recovers nice and quickly.
Need to roll for your arrows.
Oh yeah, there was 7 I remembered keeping track of this time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 recovered or 5 lost? Nice.
You got 5 back.
I also realised I have another quiver sitting on Bill.
You want to spend the time treating to Alferus so you can roll heal?
$17. Am I able to get an idea of how long I think he's going to be out cold?
Well, if you keep rolling like that, he'll only be out cold for another day.
Okay. I'm going to spend spend some time just cooking up what I have. If I were to make something, like make a stew of some kind, like using the cooking set, is that going to, would that potentially stretch the 9 portions of meat a little further? Or is that just going to need a skill check and something to have a vegetable or some kind?
That'd be more of a craft cook check.
Okay, so I need to find a cook, a chef.
Yes.
That's fine.
With the cooking utensils, it's basically gonna make the meal a lot nicer.
Okay, so it'll be more satisfying rather than
hunks of meat that you're biting into. It's now hunks of meat that taste nice.
Cool.
Though the survivors are going to get a bit malnourished if you don't start adding a load of vegetables into the mix.
I would mix it in with some of the trail rations tonight, I think, if that would be of benefit.
Yeah. That helps.
And will I be needing to feed Alferus, or is he going to be too unconscious to have anything?
You have to pour some soup down his throat from the stew you're making. Or the broth, I would say.
Yeah. So I'm going to dock 2 bear meat and then 2 trail rations.
Yep, that's fine. Do you have any fox meat left?
No.
Okay, because it would have spoiled by now. I take it you're doing watches through the night as usual?
Yep.
And night passes without too much trouble. Do you want to level up now or after the session?
I'll roll the experience now and roll the HP now, but I'll sort perks and everything afterwards. That'll be easier that way.
All right.
So my roll is a D10.
Yes.
Not great, but it'll do.
Why is your BAB only 1?
I don't know. Am I supposed to be adjusting it?
Yeah, it increases by 1 for every level, so your BAB would be 3 now.
Okay. What does that actually affect?
BAB is basically your base attack bonus, so it adds to all of your attack rolls.
Oh, so I should have been hitting better.
It's just a tiny bit, yeah.
Okay. Has any of the rest of it gone up for reference? I'm assuming none of that has. I know my alt. I put one more in.
Fort reflex is still free. You've got your will as free instead of your reflex. Reflex is free was 1. There we go.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll sort the rest after stream. I don't know what all I get right now, so.
Right, I'm looking at Alferris's sheet, that's why. I thought I was looking at your sheet when I opened up Alferris's.
I was going to say, I didn't see anything change, but...
Because I was looking at the stream and then seeing your sheet, and I thought I had your sheet open.
So, reflex should be 3.
Reflex should be 3.
And fort 3.
And fort 3, and your will now be 1.
Okay. So it's daytime now?
It's daytime now, yes.
Did Dunban come back to me with any information on the pantry?
He is not, no.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm just going to, again, spend the day tending to Alferris and crafting some traps.
Alright.
So, heal check and then craft traps.
Yep.
$17 for the heal.
Alferris will get back up. And he shall heal himself up.
Does he get any bonus to his healing or anything with the book? Or does he have to study that first to...
It doesn't affect his healing, no.
Okay. Before I craft traps, I'll study the book.
Yep, it's fine. Give you a +2 to it.
Cool. So, 13.
Well, you destroy the stuff you're working on.
So I've now got enough to make 9 traps?
Yes.
Okay. That's that whole day's done.
And after time passes, Dunban will finally have some plans drawn up for you. And he says to have the underground pantry basically dug out and crafted, it will take 160 gold.
And how much longer is this going to make food last?
Well, since it'll be underground, it will be colder either way. So any food you're going to be storing down there, it can last around 2 times as long as normal. If you salt it even more.
Okay.
You also mentioned for the same price, you could probably fashion a kitchen as well, if you wanted a pantry that wasn't underground.
So it's for the same price, it'd either be a kitchen or a pantry?
Yes. The kitchen would come with its own smaller pantry.
Assumably this is all using the same spot that would be used for a sawmill, so... Being I don't have any other buildings.
No, kitchen would be from scratch. You just build it out somewhere.
Oh, so it'd be just
base.
like a shelter?
Yeah.
Kind of like a barbecue area, a gondola. I would probably spend more than that just to make it like a a nicer dining area with like a kitchen with a large enough area for a table and whatnot in there as well for people to eat around.
Yep, you can definitely put a kitchen within a bigger building.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're wanting to make.
So that's the day done. I'm pretty sure like I would have spent my whole day tending to Alferis and trying to craft traps. So I will cook up some more bear meat. Unless actually no, I think I cooked it all up before. But I'd distribute round another half and half bear and field ration again.
All right. The group is starting to get used to eating bear.
And I will have I will mention to Alferis the next time we go to town we must remember to pick up some vegetables and some salt.
He'll also make note that he'd probably be doing good with hiring a farmer of some sort.
Yeah. Rather than the bear meat today, I use the boar meat because there's 2 of it left.
All right.
Just to mix it up a bit and so it doesn't spoil.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all I do for the day. Just
all right.
General chit chat about whatever. I guess I'll approach Alferis and Calmore individually, ask them if they have any ideas or suggestions on what we should work on building after the wall. And Dunban.
Well, both Alferis and Calmore will suggest actually having the wall done first, but they would appreciate a separate building to be used as a house or sleeping area, as well as some beds, since everyone's
like a
pretty much
barracks.
sleeping on the floor. Yeah, barracks. Barracks will do.
Okay. And I'll mention this to Dunban, having draw up plans for a barracks.
Dunban will get out more parchment and ink pens. Thankfully, he packed quite a few.
It's a good job I'm keeping him nice and busy.
Yep.
And yeah, that's all I'll do for today.
Alright. Going through the night, nothing happens.
And I'm probably just going to spend the next 2 days doing this. Yeah, I'm not going out hunting again, I don't think, unless I successfully make any traps today. I will probably go out tomorrow and set some traps, or in the evening set some traps, but otherwise I'm not hunting. We're just resting the rest of the time and waiting for this coat to be finished.
Alferis will finish cleaning this tower as well as starting on the next one today then.
Okay. Gonna roll a craft traps.
Yep.
And do very, very badly and spoil more materials.
Yep, you destroy the materials. Oh, that's the wrong roll. And nothing happens at the base. Do your rations for the day.
Yep. And this time it'll be the last of the bear meat and the 2 rations again.
Yep. So, since you asked about a barracks, Dunpan will tell you that there's quite a few things to go into the barracks itself. However, to get a fully kitted out one, he'll net you around, well, he'll cost you around 3,700 gold.
Oh, I lied, I've got more bear meat yet. Thank God, because I was getting a bit concerned about how far these rations are going to last if I've got to get to town and back. Yeah, noticing that supplies are getting a little lower. I will actually go out today before heading out tomorrow to town. Before leaving town, the fort, I'll go around and have everyone know that I intend to head to town again tomorrow. I'll ask Alferis to come with me again.
Yeah,
and
Alferis will go with you.
And have them all prepare a list of anything they need.
Yeah, they'll prepare that. You
then head out hunting for the day.
The entire day?
Yep.
Alright.
Me and Alferis again. And Bill.
And Bill, yes.
I've had games before where if I didn't say I'm bringing Bill, I didn't bring Bill, and it's like, well... So now I try and remember to actually say... Oh wow, the DC for traps is pretty high, I just noticed that.
Yep. Pretty much a 20 at lowest.
And I've got a +6, so I have to roll pretty well.
Yeah, roll survival for finding tracks.
Oh, that's right. I'd also keep an eye out for berries and whatnot too, but mostly animals. $23.5. I'm assuming that rounds down.
Yeah. Okay, today you find 4 sets of tracks yet again. You find a set of 4 foxes, a pair of boars, singular bear tracks, as well as tracks leading to 4 humanoids.
Okay, and the humanoids are heading away from the fort again?
Yes.
Okay. I asked Alferis what he wants to hunt today.
Well, I'm not fond of bears recently.
How about the 2 boars?
I could do the 2 boars. We handled those easily last time. I say easily, we handled them.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely got handled. Then we will follow the boars. And again, I'm not necessarily trying to go get close, but I am trying to go unnoticed. So I roll stealth anyway. And I'll suggest to Alferis perhaps we'll also track the foxes if this goes well. Pointing out that the food will be a good thing for the time being because we're running a little short. Hello, bear.
Yeah, I'm just fixing his token. For some reason it's not set as his character. There we go. Bear should be fixed now.
Cool.
Alright. You follow the tracks to the 2 boars, as you can see them just a ways to the south.
Well, I can see one of them. Same as usual, Alferis?
Suppose that tactic does seem to work. Even if it does end with me on the ground.
Well, you're learning. Soon you'll know exactly where these teeth are coming from. We must remember to get the tusks. I'm going to move to here. No, I'm not, because I can't see Dick. I'll move to there. And because I moved... Can I move and still make the 2 shots?
Yeah, you're fine because it's full combat.
Yeah. In which case I shall make 2 shots. For 13 and 11.
Door check. Those both miss.
Okay.
Initiative.
It doesn't seem to matter how poorly I roll, I always seem to beat Alferis either way.
And hearing the arrows whistle through the winds, they're gonna sniff you out. Aramis.
Gonna take a 5-foot step back and same again. For 10 and 13, so 2 misses again.
Yep. Boar's also going to make his way around.
Wonder why he chose that particular location.
Maybe running from the riverside. Ferris is going to move to here and attack the one to the just above him. He'll do this defensively. Good thing he did defensively because he wouldn't have hit either way.
Yep.
We'll move up and go for Aramis. And miss. You'll go.
One miss, 1 hit.
Are you moving?
Yep.
Which one is this on?
The same one as before, so the one just below Alferis.
Yep. 25 will hit for 3. Or up here will turn its attention to Alferis, who was attacking it. And bite its tongue. Alferis gonna try and attack it again defensively. And miss. War's going to continue going after you, since you're the only one that's hit it. And hit you for 9 damage.
Ow.
You'll go.
Going to step back to here and same attack. 11 and 15.
The second one will hit for 7. The boar attacking Aramis will attack again. And my dice just really hate him. As I crit
Now
Alferis
he's calling
again.
Alferis Aramis.
As he deals 17 damage.
Oh, Jesus Christ. These balls didn't hurt this much the last 3 times.
They're just rolling really high today. Alferis is going to try and not die. Ooh, and he's actually going to start bleeding out.
What's he at?
He's at -7.
Okay.
He's 6 hits pointless. This ball will move up to attack you. And miss. You'll go.
Gonna back up nearer to Bill. See how Bill likes these balls. I'm gonna attack the same ball. 13 and 9.
They'll both miss. Boar's gonna come up to attack you. And miss. Aramis is trying to not die. And it's bleeding out. We'll go after you. And miss. You'll go.
Step back to here. Firing again at the boar. 13 and 16.
Oh, 16 will hit for 7. And have him fall to the ground.
Thank God.
The other boar's going to continue after you. And miss.
How does Bill react?
Well, are you wanting Bill to get into the fight?
If Bill's... if it... I don't know, if Bill would get aggressive towards boars, then yeah. That's why I'm leaving him around by Bill. Just to see if he gets aggressive.
Oh, let me double check if I've made his attack on his sheet. In his attack section? No. Alright. It's a good thing I have it noted down then. Alright, Bill will go in for a set of hooves. First one hits. And deals 7 damage to the boar.
Didn't realise mules could hurt so much.
Well, that was max damage.
Fair enough.
Aramis.
Gonna step back to here and fire again. 21 and...
Going on hits for 7. The 10 will miss. And gonna keep going for you. And it misses. Our Ferris, stop dying. Nope, Ferris is gonna keep dying.
What's he at now?
He's at -10.
Of 13.
He has to get to -13 to die. So he has 3 hit points or 3 rounds left. Bill will go in for another double hoof. And both hit this time. Dealing 4 damage and another 7. Crushing the boar into the ground.
Cool. I rush over to our Ferris and try and save him. For a 14.
Alright, you've stabilized him.
Cool. Same as usual. I'll take a look around the immediate area, see if there's anything around, and then I'll work on the boars.
You can roll perception.
20.
Okay, in the immediate vicinity. Besides from the grazing that the boars were doing, it seems there might have been some carnivores around here at some point. As you can see, the remains of some corpses here and there, and you're able to find one thing that's still able to be used: a set of chainmail.
Nice. And then I'll spend some time working on the boars.
Yep, survival.
Yep. 8 and 22. What does chainmail weigh?
Give me 1 minute.
Actually, I can use the compendium thing and then just drag it across. I discovered that recently.
Yeah, you could do that.
And that brings all the stats across, which is awesome. 40 pounds. Yeah, I discovered when you do that and drag and drop onto the sheet, it adds all the AC and everything for you.
That's nice. I haven't
Yeah.
used these new Pathfinder sheets, so I haven't been able to use it yet. Take it you're just getting the leather and meat.
Yep, and tusks.
Ah, you go for the dust this time, are you?
Yeah, I remembered.
Alright, you get 4 tusks, just 1 piece of boar leather, and 6 boar meat.
And how many tusks did you say? 4?
4.
Cool. Then, as usual, I load all that onto Bill, and then I load Alferis onto Bill, and I head back to the fort. Because...
Someone would think you're hunting for boars and clerics. Always
Right.
coming back with at least 1 cleric body.
It's just a shame it's always the same cleric. And that's really rather annoying, because I was planning on taking him tomorrow, and now he's going to need to heal up. Although, he's not nearly as hurt this time, so...
He's at -10, he's at worse this time.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, last time we took the -8.
Oh, yeah, because he rolled really badly on his survives. Yeah.
You go way back to the base with another wounded cleric as you plop him down next to the campfire for heat.
I make a point of mentioning that Alferis is maybe not the greatest hunter.
Are you making that note to yourself?
To Calmore when he comes back in.
Alright.
Doesn't seem to have quite the fortitude. Is that the one I'm looking for?
Well, the boy is only an ex-slave. Probably hasn't seen much fighting in his day.
Probably. Well, he'll get better in time. Fortunately, he's got me to keep him alive. And I'm going to roll a heal check and spend the rest of the day trying to take care of him again.
Yep.
The 16.
Yep, you're able to care for him throughout the day.
I mentioned to Dunban how I remembered to pick up the tusks this time.
Ah, good. Those tusks are definitely going to sell well if you find the right buyer.
Can you point me in the direction of the right buyer?
Yes, I can. He gives you some names of locations of places you could sell them at.
And what names did he give? Or do you want me to just deal with that when I get to town?
It's not going to matter too much. They are faceless salesmen.
Okay, cool. And I also make a point of showing the chainmail and asking if he can recommend a place to get the best value for this, and showing Calmore, see if he can get a better appraise on it than I can. Which I'll roll in a second.
Well, if you're not wanting Alferis there to keep falling down, you might have a better idea of giving it to that lad.
Is that going to be better than the armor he's currently got?
He's only wearing a scale mail now, isn't he?
I don't recall.
He's currently wearing scale mail, yeah.
Yeah, is chain better than scale?
Well, you have the stats for it.
What's this scale?
But chainmail is better, yes.
Yeah, I'll
Bless you.
switch it out.
Bless you.
Yeah.
So you're going to give the chainmail to
Yeah, I will.
Ferris? Okay. Gonna try that dragon in thing you could do.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
So did you just drag it onto your items and it made it in?
Yeah, you literally just search for it in the compendium and then click and drag the word onto, like, I think you have to add a box for it first and then drag it onto there.
Ah, that is lovely.
Right?
So much faster.
I mean, it doesn't add the value in there, which I'm fine with, but yeah, it's much quicker. I discovered it the other day.
Alright, do you want to have his scale model for him then?
I've already sorted it.
Alright.
I'm assuming he'll switch it out when he actually is conscious. I don't know that I'll be able to do it for him. But yeah, how long do I think he's going to be out cold for?
Probably this day and the next.
Okay. Well, I spend the day taking care of him, and if I have any free time, I work on rubble.
You work on what?
The rubble.
Oh, okay, rubble. I thought you were talking about another character then.
No.
Got a survivor somewhere.
I'm assuming there's not going to be any time for that for the rest of this day, but...
No. If you're tending to Alferis, it's pretty much
no, I am.
the more... Alright. So you go through the night. And you've been very lucky with your string of base encounters, as there are no encounters this night.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with the luckiness for that in this night because Alferis is unconscious, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind encounters for the loot.
Well, make a lot of noise, have more people, then more people know you're here.
Yeah, more people is the intention. And the crafting is finished at the end of this day, or finished?
Well, he's finished working on it now, and he'll realise he failed at crafting it.
Oh, really? God damn it. And did it spoil the pelt?
Nope, he's fine. He was able to fail and not
Well, shit.
not break it, so he can try again.
So that's another week's worth of crafting?
Yep.
Well, I think I'm gonna, on that note, patch Alferis up and probably still consider heading to town anyway. Like, after he's better, just not rush it anymore.
So do you want him to retry crafting it?
Yeah.
Alright. That's much
a
better.
roll.
I think last time I rolled a 8 for him.
So is that half the time?
Yeah. Well, it's the price that you actually craft. If the price is double, so he's crafted 20 gold worth. He's made progress in the 7 days, but he hasn't finished it.
Cool. do another heal check for Alferis, try and bring him back up. If he hasn't come to in the night.
He hasn't come to yet, no.
18?
You can, how long are you gonna heal him for?
A few hours.
Alright.
Like, probably not in one sitting either. I probably come back and forth and just make sure I'm tending to him between jobs.
Well, he doesn't wake up yet.
And I'll spend the rest of the day just moving rubble.
Yep, roll strength.
And I need to mark off food for last night as well. 16. Bill's eaten. I'm going to do the food for today at the same time.
Alright. You've pretty much removed all of the rubble. The only thing you have to do now is deconstruct the walls themselves.
Okay, cool. And Alferis has come to in the night, I assume.
Yep, Alferis will wake up when it gets to night time.
Cool. And yeah, we'll set up watches again for the night and then plan to head out to town tomorrow morning.
Alferis is going to heal himself up since it recharges every morning.
And he's channeling, so...
That. And since a week has passed, Dunpan will come up to you and ask for his pay.
how much does he get paid again?
It's 2 gold a day, so currently you owe him 14 gold.
I'll hand him 14 gold.
Alright, takes the money. He thanks you.
And I approach everyone, see if they had anything that they needed to purchase from town.
No one really has any pressing matters. All of their wants are further down the line.
And Dunban gave me a list and everything for the materials needed for the wall.
Yep.
Then yeah. After that, I probably unload some food into the fort before heading out, so that they've got food for a few days to eat.
That would be welcome.
Not that there's much to move. So they've got 3 days worth of rations and 6 days worth of boar there.
Alright.
Between the two of them. Me and Alferis are going to have to find something on the way, but... But yeah, with that, we head out with Bill. I will load Bill up with anything we have to sell. The extra bear pelt, probably. The pig leather.
Alright.
And there was a few pieces of gear from on the way back from town the last time. I'll take that too.
Yeah.
I'll transfer it across to a sheet at a later date. out and keep an eye out for trails on the way.
And something happens along the road.
And I didn't recover arrows from that last boar incursion, which was a silly mistake. Never mind. You need a survival check, was that?
Yeah, you can do a survival check if you find things along the way.
24. So what do I see?
Give me one moment. Along the way, you find plenty of berries, as well as a few trees that are bearing fruits, mostly apples, though, which feed you for the day.
Cool.
And as you continue onwards, you see a commotion down the road, and from where you are currently, you can make out a rather large outline of something which you could assume to be some sort of vehicle, probably a carriage, as well as the clanking of metal. And next to that, you can see plenty of bandits attacking people.
How many is plenty?
From where you are, there are 4. But the people they are fighting back.
How many do I see fighting back?
On this side, 2.
I'll try and get a closer look. See the situation, see if it looks like they're getting a better hand, or seeing if my help would even tip the scale, or if it's worth just staying hidden, keeping out of it.
As you approach a bit closer, you can see that the 4 bandits are fighting 2 caravan guards. The caravan guards definitely look a bit better equipped, however they are outnumbered, and if you were to help, you're pretty sure you would be able to tip the battle in the guards' favour. As long as the dice gods are friendly to you.
I'll mention this. I'll say to Alferis, I think that we should help these people. I think we can make the difference here.
Well, I'm with you if we do it.
Then I will try and get to a position where I can take a shot. And take a shot. So there are 4 guards, 6 bandits, but I can only see the front 4 at first, I'm assuming.
Yes, because the others are behind the caravan as well as the other people.
Yep.
You can shoot at any bandit you can see if you would like.
Yep, I'm just gonna fire at the... do either of these guards look any more injured than the other?
Not particularly, no.
I'm going to fire this one. And are they all human?
Everyone here is human, yes.
I'm gonna fire 2 shots. For 23.
Yep, that hits for 7 if he's within 30. He is not.
And 18, but it would hit for +2 for the favoured enemy.
Oh yes, it would.
So
8, and the rapid shot hits as well for 7. That was the guy just to the north of the bottom one, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep. So you come in running with your bow drawn as you let loose 2 arrows, hitting this bandit both in his arm and into the neck, your favourite place, as he's pushed to the ground by the force of your arrows. You can continue to hear the clanking of metal as one of the guardsmen shouts over to you, "Ah, thanks for the help. You mind continuing that?"
no problem. We can.
Roll initiative.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I don't say anything else yet.
Do you want Bill in this action? Oh, our Ferris is definitely ready to fight.
No, Bill stays back.
Alright.
That's the first time a turn order's been so big.
You can move the turn order by dragging it around as well as resizing it.
I have been, and I just resized it a little anyway.
Alright. So the guardsman that's on the other side is going to attack the bandit who's attacking him. And misses. Alferis is going to move to here. And since everyone's in range, he's going to use Bless.
Oh, that affects all of them as well? Awesome.
It affects the caster and all allies within 50 feet.
Nice. Channel will be real interesting here.
Sadly, he can't get the other people in it, but this is the best he can do.
Even seen them yet, really. He might have seen the one on the bottom side, but the one on the top side is covered by trees and a wagon.
Bandit just north of the one you killed is going to attack the guards next to him. And miss. The guard on the other side of the carriage, the one you can't see, is going to attack his one. Doesn't hit. The bandit you killed doesn't have his turn anymore. The guard just to the north is going to attack and misses. The bandit to the south is going to attack and will hit this guard for 6.
Which guard's that?
That'll be this guard here.
Okay.
That guard will then attack the bandit who just attacked him and miss. Bandit at the far back is going to attack one of the guardsmen over there and hit for 5. However, you don't see this. Aramis.
Gonna make a 5-foot step forwards and attack twice the other one at the bottom that just got...
Yep.
See as he just got hit. For 18.
Yep, that hits for 4.
And 17.
And that hits for 8. So, slowly moving up, you knock 2 more arrows into your bow and fire one into this guy's lower back and another penetrating the back of his neck.
Nice.
As he falls onto the guards himself, but the guard just pushes him to the side. Ah, you got a good shot there, lad. Continue it on. Pay you after this is done.
We can talk about that after. You focus on staying alive.
Bandit on the other side of the carriage that you can just barely see attacks his guard for 2. Bandit to the north is going to attack his guard, but miss. The guardsman you can barely see at the back is going to attack his bandit and miss. Go to Alferis. Alferis is going to charge to here to attack this bandit. +2 for charging, and then +2 from flanking, so +4 for 17.
And
so
+1 for bless.
+1 for bless. And he stabs this guy, or slashes this guy in the back for 2 damage. The bandit just below the north guard is going to attack and miss. The guard on the north side of the other side of the carriage is going to attack and miss. The guard to the north is going to attack and hit the bandit for 4.
The north is like the guard by Alferis.
Yes. This bandit is going to... This guard is going to move forward and attack this guy for flanking. And miss. Bandit on the other side of the carriage is going to attack his guy with miss. Aramis, you'll go.
Gonna make a 5-foot step. And fire at this bottom one.
Yep.
How close am I now? Not quite there yet. The 19
Yep, 19 hits for 10.
and 27.
So you shoot one arrow into this guy's neck. It doesn't penetrate as deep as you'd like, so instead you knock up another arrow and slice it down the middle of that same arrow, penetrating through this guy's neck.
So far, every shot has hit and every shot has killed. Well, been part of a killing attack.
Yep. Well, Aramis's field of joy has found some guards instead of just bandits everywhere.
Yeah.
He's also found bandits everywhere.
Yeah. He's just looking at all this loot, thinking, yes, this will pay for the wall.
I'll make a wall and the bandits are going to pay for it.
With their lives.
The bandit on the south side, the other side of the carriage, hits his guard for 6. The bandit that's between Alferis and the guard is going to attack the guard and miss. The guard on the south side of the other side of the carriage attacks his bandit but misses. Alferis is going to attack the same bandit he attacked before, but miss. That bandit is dead. Guard on the north side, the other side of the carriage, attacks his bandit and criticals for 10
Nice.
damage. The bandit on the other side of Alferis, like the guard on the other side of Alferis, is going to attack the bandit and hit for 8 as he brings his sword into the guy's arm, cutting rather deeply and having him fall to the ground.
Nice. Way to disarm him.
Guardsman just south of that is going to move around the carriage to get to his allies. Bandit over the north side is going to attack but miss. Aramis, you'll go.
I'm going to... How far can I move?
You can move 30 feet.
I'm going to move to that. I don't think I have a shot on this guy.
You can shoot the south guy, however, you'll take a -4 because people are providing him cover.
Is there going to be a chance to hit that guy?
I mean, it's a -4.
I mean, hit the guard. That's what I mean.
Oh, hit the guard. Only if you fumble.
Okay, then I'll take a shot. I'm just going to make the one shot there.
Well, you can only because you've moved, so you can only take one
that's
shot.
right, yeah. So
you try and position your arrow to shoot over the guardsman, but instead you shoot way too high. It just goes too far.
It's +4, -4. So does 15 hit?
15 doesn't hit, no.
Okay, cool.
The bandit you try to shoot at is going to attack the guardsman he's attacking and miss. The guard he just attacked will attack. And hit for 8.
Is that the same one I got hit the last time?
No, it's a different one.
Okay. Hard to keep track.
Yep.
So
Especially if you don't see all the health.
So far your North Bandit is switched twice.
At first it's going to move with this guardsman. Since he's doing that, you might as well just double move. There we go. The guard on the north is going to attack his bandit but miss. The guard that was surrounded before is going to move up to his friend. Guard here is just going to double move to here. The bandit on the top is going to attack his guard but miss. Aramis.
Gonna do the same again.
You give them numbers so it's easier to tell who's who.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'll make an attack again, but that's a lot of people in the way. I'm glad I took the precise shot, but so -4 and I think +4 as well. I think it's +3, so it's -1, so 15 again.
That's a miss. Bandit 1, who just got attacked, is going to attack the same guardsman. Crit, but don't confirm for 3. The guard who just got hit is going to attack back, but miss. That's going to go to Alferus. Don't really do much in this situation, so he's going to move to here and then channel everybody. Everyone in 30 feet. Gonna get some heals, and he'll decide not to heal the bandits. Make sure I don't overheal these guys. Alright. The guard up top is going to attack his bandit and slash this guy into his side as he falls to the ground. The guard who was coming up is they're gonna go round to here and attack the bandit 1, but miss. Bandit on the guard on the other side is gonna attack as well. And crit, but not confirm, but it's enough to kill the bandits.
Nice. So I took out half of them, and between the rest of them they took out the other 3.
When the final bandit hits the ground, they all start to look around, looking for more bandits. And thankfully, since you were helping them, they know you weren't a bandit as well. And as they notice there's no longer any threat in the immediate area, they start to bash their swords onto their shield bucklers, as they all start to kind of cheer at their victory.
Do any of them look like they're in charge?
None of them look particularly in charge. They all seem to have the same sort of gear. However, the one who was talking to you before comes up to you as he puts out his hand as he takes the glove from it.
I shake his hand.
I thank you for the assistance, sir.
Just trying to help. Might I ask where you're headed?
You could certainly ask that. We're heading to Malola. We've got some important people in this here caravan. They hired some arms to keep them safe.
If you'd like the extra help, we're also heading to Malola. Perhaps we could travel together.
Let me ask them. Feel free to loot these bodies. We're not gonna take their stuff. We've got enough to carry as it is.
Yeah, I loot all the bodies.
The guardsman loudly knocks on the carriage as he steps inside.
I'll roll some perceptions while you're doing that.
Alright. Okay, and moving through the bodies and taking all of their gear, you're pretty sure these are not the average bands of bandits. As you can tell, there was quite a few more, reaching to the number of 6. You've normally only really come across 2 or 3 at a time, and any more than that, it's a good guess that they're part of a larger band or group.
So I can
and not
assume
just
that they were out specifically to hit this caravan rather than just a random hit.
It's either that, or they were travelling onto their hit and found this along the way. Besides that, you find the general goods among them of 4 sets of studded leather that still be able to be used, 6 of their bucklers, 2 of them were using composite longbows, as well as 40 arrows still in their quivers, 40 arrows in total. 3 of them were using rapiers, whereas 3 were using saps. And saps, as you would probably know, are normally used to capture live prisoners. And besides that, you're able to pull together coin from their pouches, equaling 44 silver pieces, 111 gold pieces, and 13 platinum pieces. The bandits, these guys were rather well off.
Okay. And does the guard get back to me?
You gain 450 XP. And yet the guard will come out of the carriage as he sees you kind of stripping the bandits for all their worth. Bit of a scavenger there, are you?
Gotta make our money somehow.
Yes, I definitely know that, whoa, but the guardsman life for me pays enough, and, well, I get room and board. Anyway, been talking with the lovely chaps in here, and Well, they're not going to pay you for sticking with us, but you're welcome to stay near the back.
That's fine.
Lovely. We're just gonna calm the horses down and make sure our gears are intact before heading off. I didn't catch your name, by the way.
Name's Aramis.
Ah, good to meet you, Aramis.
And this here's Alferis.
We're done. Ah, the healer.
Yeah.
Ain't seen many of those around here.
Out of curiosity, how often do you travel this way?
Not too often. Aallarra isn't really the best place to be traveling, which is probably why people are hiring guardsmen.
I see. And might I ask who you're transporting? Are they merchants or...
They said not to say.
Fair enough.
We'll give you a shout when we're ready to go.
Sounds good. I take the time to load Bill.
Yep. The guardsmen will all kind of huddle up to each other, just making sure everybody's not missing any limbs or bleeding too much, as well as checking their gear hasn't bent or broken. Alferis will return to you and help you stack up Bill with the new gotten gains. And just as you're stacking up the mule, the same guardsman kind of waves over to your party. Hey, Aramis, we're about to set off.
Cool. I get ready to get going.
The guardsmen situate themselves around the caravan with two of them on the driver's position as they snap on the reins as the horse neighs and carries them off, with you following towards the back. Caravan continues to take you on, and thankfully with the caravan you're able to, well, you're not travelling too much faster since you are travelling by foot. However, every so often Alferis does hitch a ride on the back of it. And you're able to reach Aallarra as night falls.
Cool.
As you reach the gates of Aallarra, it's pretty much just as you remembered it. Plenty of bandits doing their business around the city and basically using their dominance. As the caravan approaches the gates, one of the guardsmen moves up to one of the bandits and basically coin exchanges hands, and they have a few words. The bandit then runs off into the city as the guardsman returns back to the caravan. The guardsman who talked to you previously then turns to you. Well, we're all done here, Aramis. If you want to go off on your own, we've got some business with the clientele.
Sounds good. You ever find yourself up this route again, feel free to stop by, and I give him a rough idea of where we're holed up.
Can't say I passed by it myself, but if we ever needed a camp, might make it over there.
Yes, you're quite welcome. Always space for a good man. And with that, you said it's getting to evening?
Yes.
We head to the inn. Let's stable up the mule somewhere for the night.
Alright, the inn itself, well, the tavern, has a side stables for it.
Okay. When we get to the inn, how's the atmosphere? Same as before?
As you enter the tavern, let me just find it again. Here it is. Alright, so you enter the tavern of the Bloody Hammer, and it's a bit more crowded, however, it's definitely quieter. As you notice, there's a lot more elves standing and sitting about, and from the looks of them, you think they belong to the knife tongues you had met prior, but they are not the exact ones you met. They just belong to the gang itself.
Okay.
And as such, they have their own tables where they're crowded around, as well as the other patrons kind of keeping their distance from them.
Yeah, I try not to get involved with any of the bandits.
They seem to leave you well enough alone as you travel through.
Yeah, I head up to the innkeeper. Is it the same girl as before?
It's the same girl, yes.
Hello again.
He welcomes you back.
We're looking for a room for the night again.
Sadly, all their rooms are taken right now.
I ask if it would be okay to stay in the stable with Bill.
He tells you that's completely fine.
And I'll ask for meals for the night for the two of us. A round of drinks for the two of us, and offer her one again.
He still says she can't accept any drinks, even with the more structured bandits. It's still a rather risk for her to drink on the job.
So that's fair enough. I like to offer though. Let's see, what do I have with me? Nothing really that should be interested in buying, I suspect. When we get our drinks, I'll take a look over at the board again, see if there are any new jobs that said that may be of interest.
The board definitely has less in the way of kill this guy or threaten this person for me. And there's a lot more stuff that might be more appropriate to you. There are a few more jobs basically looking for specific furs and pelts, as well as some people asking for very specified weapons.
Anything that looks like something that I could actually... Well, what weapons are specified?
There are very exotic weapons that you're probably not going to find around these parts.
Okay. Then I lose interest very quickly with those. What about pelts?
For pelts, there is yet another posting for some bear pelts. However, this time it's either for 3 bear pelts or for 3 sets of bear clothing. Again, this is for some more people within the fridge.
And is that there, like, would I know if that was replacing the other one, or would that be on top of the other request?
It seems to be from a different person. So you can do both.
Okay. And I'll take that one down as well. And take that one with me, and that's the last one of those that may be of interest to me.
There is a posting here and there for other pelts, however you're pretty sure they're just for traders looking for the things, and they're offering you about the same price you'd get even if you sold them.
Okay. I'll leave those alone and reapproach the bar and ask the innkeeper if she could put requests like these aside for me.
Roll diplomacy. She'll tell you she'll keep a few aside, but she won't take as much to draw attention to herself.
Okay. And I'll offer her some coin for her trouble. And hand over 2 gold.
Alright. You give the woman 2 gold for holding back some wanted posters. That also pay for the stuff you bought earlier.
Cool.
Alright.
And with that, we'll eat the food that we ordered and then head out to the stable with Bill.
Alright. Take it you and Alferis are gonna take turns keeping watch.
Yep.
Roll me perception.
$23.
Alferis really wanted to outdo you today. Alright. As you both keep watch over the night, you notice plenty of suspect fellows passing here and there. Some of them take a few steps closer to you, but as they notice one of you's keeping a watch, they decide to change their mind and continue on. And as it gets towards later into the night itself, Aramis, you notice some children kind of making a fuss as one of them approaches, and they try to swipe at your coin purse as you're unaware. However, you see them before they do it.
Okay. I'll draw my knife.
The child will stop in fear as they see the knife be drawn as they start to clamber away.
It's a good choice. And I'll resheath my knife. Does the rest of the night go pretty uneventful?
Besides the sounds of fighting both in the tavern and outside, nothing really happens that really jumps out at you that wouldn't happen normally in this city.
Yeah, assumably. We don't sleep all that much.
No.
That's
The
fine.
sun starts to rise off in the horizon as dawn breaks.
Come morning, we'd probably start by visiting merchants and before heading out of town, I'll probably hit up the inn again for food and whatnot.
Alright.
So first I'm gonna look for a place to buy salt. Actually no, first I'll sell stuff, so I'm gonna go to the armor merchant.
Alright, so you go back to the same orc you found before?
Yeah, I needed armor and weapons, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll approach the counter. Does he recognize me?
You're looking a bit familiar. Weren't you here just a week ago?
Yep. I have more stuff to sell since then.
Been active, have we?
I like to keep busy.
Well, let's see what you got.
I'll place up the 3 saps, the scale mail.
Can you type it?
Yeah. And should I roll appraisers for these as well? See if I'm getting ripped off.
You can do it for all of them at once after I've written down.
Okay. Would a sense motive be any use here?
You can do sense motive either as well.
I hadn't realised I'd picked up quite so much, but then I did just pick up 6 more of a lot of stuff.
Alright. You'll look over all the items, kind of smash them on the table every now and again and giving them a sniff. And he tells you the prices. He'll give you 1 gold and 4 silver for the 3 saps, 22 gold for the scale mail, 18 gold for the 9 bucklers, 62 gold for the 7 rapiers, and 72 gold for the 6 studded leather.
Now, I'm pretty sure I already was told by Alferris that scale mail was in the neighbourhood of 100 gold.
You might have said that at one point.
So, I'm going to do a sense motive, and then I'll try and appraise.
Yep.
16 for the sense. And
You're pretty sure the orc is keeping a few gold for himself in that transaction.
And do you want me to roll 1 appraise for the lot or 1 appraise for
Yeah,
each?
you can roll one appraise for the lot.
For 7.
They're not too sure on the worth of the individual items themselves. You're pretty sure this orc is giving you kind of a bad deal.
I'll turn around and say, I think we can probably do a little better than this.
Yeah, we could. What you got in mind?
Let's see. So let's work this out total. Okay, that's much quicker. I think we can at least go in the neighbourhood of 200.
Diplomacy.
Seven. And I point out as regular business.
If you don't want the gold, you don't have to take it.
I'll say, well, how about we meet in the middle?
I'll meet you 1 step further. 176.
And do I get the impression that's going to be his final offer?
He's an orc. You're pretty sure you shouldn't push your luck too much, especially since he is surrounded by bandits.
I say, well, I feel like we probably could have gotten a much better, fairer deal, but I need to sell these wares, so I'll take the 176.
He brushes his arm across the table, kind of just knocking all of the items over to his side of the desk, as if he has no real mind to their worth. And he picks out a sack from underneath the counter and just double checks it and throws it to your side.
And is it all in gold or is it in platinum?
It's in gold. And it's all in gold, yeah, because it's 176. Again, a few of these are bent and bloodied.
Yeah, it's fine. I expect it.
Now, can I do anything else for you today?
I think I'm good. And with that, I take the coin and head on out. And I look for the place Dunban had mentioned for boar tusks.
Alright, you follow the directions from Dunban, and you're able to find what seems to be either a person who makes trophies, or he's been stealing a lot of high-priced things, as his stall is mostly decorative and jewelry items. You can see a few things made out of animal bone and chitin.
I show the guy the boar tusks and ask him how much for them.
Ah, wonderful boar tusks! He takes one of them from you and then starts to look it over. Ah, been plucked right from the beast's mouth. You do this yourself?
Yep.
I'll give you 8 gold for one of them.
8 gold each?
Yes.
Can I roll another appraise, see what I think that's worth?
Sure. You can also roll sense motive.
Yep, I'll do both.
You're pretty sure it's close enough to the price?
Yeah, I offer him the 4.
Alright. You hand over the 4 boar tusks, and he hands over 32 gold.
And is I'll ask him where I can sell this gold pendant.
I can buy it off of you.
Yeah. What's your offer?
His eyes start to sparkle as he sees it dangling in your hand. I'll toss you 125 gold.
How about we make it 150?
Diplomacy.
Crit.
Oh, you're breaking my knees here. I can't go that high. Let's take it to 137.
Deal.
This is one of the very few merchants who actually has the platinum to hand over.
Nice.
As he gives you 13 platinum and 7 gold. And he takes the golden necklace from you.
Okay. What else do I have to sell? Does he have anything for sale?
He has plenty of things for sale, but it's mostly decorative and jewelry.
Yeah, not interested in it then. Yeah, I think that's all that he's going to be interested in. And I think that's everything I have ready to sell. So after that I head towards the place where I bought books and see if they have anything new.
As you return to the store of books, it doesn't seem like they've had any new stock in since you were last here.
Okay. And I'll look to buy some salt.
Salt? How much are you wanting to buy of salt?
It's mostly just to preserve meat, so I don't know how much I'd need.
Well, for a pound of salt, it is 5 gold.
Then I'll take 2 pounds.
Alright. That'll do you well for quite some time.
And that's 10 gold.
Yes.
going to head on out to the location that Dunbar told me about for his contracting people, his builders.
Alright, you take the directions given by Dunban, and you find yourself a rather large warehouse. There aren't many people coming in and out of here, and when they do come out, they seem rather upset with the whole ordeal, thinking it was a different establishment than what they were told. Inside, you can see plenty of basically trees and lumber stacked up along the walls with some rocks here and there, plenty of hammers strewn about, and you can hear plenty of chatter amongst the workers themselves. There's a very strong scent of wood in the air.
Okay, and how much was it for the whole wall?
For the whole wall, it is 520 gold.
Okay. And
you can try in diplomacy to get it a bit lower, but...
Yeah, I'm going to look to see if there's anyone in charge.
Yep, you find a rather tall, for his race, gnome, as he comes to about your thigh height, as he looks up to you. Well, hello there! What can I do for you?
Hey there, I was sent by Dunban to look for some construction workers and some material.
Dunban, you say? The bastard owes me a copper.
I can settle your copper debt. I'll hand him over a copper, and I'll also hand him over the note regarding the wall.
Ah, lovely. This'll buy me something at the shop. Maybe not much from them bloody bandits everywhere, but let's have a look-see. He looks over the parchment that Dunban writ out for you. As he looks over it, his eyes dart rather rapidly from side to side. Ah! Doing some construction work, I see.
That I am.
Well, from his designs and his notes, that's a lot of wood. That's a lot of wood. You got a wagon for all this?
Not yet. It's
right,
next
then.
on my list.
Well, we have pretty much all the wood we have got here for this. You're probably going to clear us out after this. Make some good work. I got the workers. They're already up free. You want to do it all now, or are you doing this half measurement he's written down?
I can pay you all up front now if you can provide the wagon to transfer it. Otherwise, we'll do half now and half at a later date.
Ah, you're busting my knees here, tall one. You wanting the wagon to be thrown in?
Obviously, you'd keep the wagon this way. It's just to move it.
Roll diplomacy.
$11.
Chuck us 5 silver.
We can work that out. So it's 520 gold and 5 silver, and he'll transport it too.
Yes.
Cool. I'll pay the guy.
Alright,
And is this the kind of deal where you would pay half up front and half on completion?
Yes.
Then
The gnome will take you to a counter and start to write out a rather fast contract for you, as he stamps it with a symbol of his business, or at least the business he works for, and he hands you the stamped copy.
Okay. I'll pass him the 5 silver to start with, and 250 gold, 260 gold.
Yes.
And I take the note. I'll ask the guy how long it's going to take him to load up the wagon.
Not too long. We got plenty of workers here who ain't doing much. The bandits pretty much stopped our business dead straight. This is the best business we've had in months, probably the whole year.
Well, if you're prepared to offer some discount in the future, I'm sure I can find some future work and just go straight to you each time.
We'll think about it.
Sounds good. In the meantime, I'll turn around and say, well, I'm going to go and grab a few more supplies before heading back, but if need be, if it's alright with you, we'll travel alongside the wagon, hitch a ride.
That is fine with me. Any more bows along the wagon make it better protected.
That it does. And I'll head back to the inn and any other place I can find where I can get things like vegetables and supplies. Just looking
you can get vegetables as such from the marketplace.
Yep, and I'll go to the marketplace.
Okay, so for vegetables and the like, it's pretty much around 1 to 3 silver, depending on what you get.
I'm just gonna get a mix of vegetables. I pretty much give Alferis a budget and have him go out and just buy a whole bunch of veg.
Alright, what budget you giving him?
Said a few silver for vegetables mostly. I hand him over like 10 gold.
A couple silver, I hand him 10 gold.
Well, I want it to be enough to last for a while.
Alright. That'll be £50 worth of vegetables.
And while he's doing that, I'll go and buy more feed for Bill. Am I right in assuming that £50 is going to be £1 per portion sort of deal?
No, per portion of vegetables is £half.
Oh, nice. So I'm just going to put, yeah, I'll put £50 and make a note of it being 100 portions.
And the feed is 5 copper a day.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up 2 weeks worth. Taking me to 21 total. And you said 5 copper per day?
Yes. I wrote it in chat.
Yeah. So what's that? 1 silver, 5 copper? No, that's way off, right? It's 10.
How much are you getting? How much are you buying?
2 weeks, 14 days.
So 70 silver.
Okay. Which is 7 gold pieces, right?
You know, that'd be 70 copper, so it would be 7 silver. No, it's 5. What?
Yeah, this.
My maths.
Yeah, I did the exact same thing. I tried using that calculator and got to 105, and it's like, oh shit, it's in blocks of 10, not hundreds.
So 5 copper be 70 copper, so
It's 7 silver. We're doing this the hard way.
yes. Yes, it's 7 silver.
I don't know why neither of us thought to just say, well, 2 is a silver.
That's all in the past. It
Yep,
happened.
Yep, no, exactly. If it ain't streamed, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, with that, that's food and everything sorted. So we're probably about ready to leave town, which is probably a point for the stream to end since it's been past 4 hours.
Yep. I was just letting you finish off the buying.
Yeah,
We'll end the session there.
Cool. Gonna stop the
So you're
stream
gonna
now.
stop the stream.